won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy non-farm payrolls this morning. It came out a day early, so we have lots to talk about and trade this morning. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Bill, Soup Date, Ice Pigeon, Beach Tech, Magnus. Good morning, everyone. Let's welcome our traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures to my funded. Good morning to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. How are you guys this morning?
Good.
I'm good. I'm ready for the holiday. We're ready to blow some stuff up.
You have a bunch of fireworks ready to go?
I mean, we always have some on hand, and yeah, we've been collecting, so I'm going to probably end up with some more by the end of the day. We'll see.
And
there's fireworks stands everywhere, so it's just going to happen.
Yeah. You can't miss it, especially in Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nick, do you have fun plans for the 4th?
Yeah, no. We're staying at Airbnb right now, so we're gonna blow stuff up and have a good time.
America.
Yeah, America, right? Yeah. So it'll be fun. Yeah, excited to be up here. But I didn't think I'd be able to stream today, but this Wi-Fi is actually better here than it is in my house. So it should be good. But I am having a little, like a mobile setup here. So I left my mouse at my house. So like I'm just doing like the little laptop thing here. So it'll be a little slow on the charts. But yeah, no.
Well, we're glad that your mobile setup is working. Yeah, everything looks great.
You got your brain. That's what we need.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Your analysis. So speaking of that, let's take a look at the charts. Who'd like to go first?
Terry, you got to pick. Which one's your favorite
Barbie.
today?
Oh, Barbie. Let's see it.
Well, so obviously we're pushing. We almost put in a red day, but I would call that pretty much flat the other day. This whole week, last week, we're just pushing. So where it stops, yeah, I don't know. We're getting pretty close to 6,300. That could be it. Let's take a look at the smaller time frame, see if we can narrow that down a bit. Because we are pushing. So my target yesterday was 62.65. We got that. Wait, over here. Sorry, I was looking at the two things here. Anyway, so we've just climbed up. After we got that, we've just been up. So that's now support. Target yesterday, 62.65 is now support. I drew this blue line in here. I don't usually have blue lines, so I'll explain what that one is. That was that should be settlement. So the close and the settlement end up a little bit differently, but I noticed that we kept bouncing off of that overnight. I have a chart that pulls just all those little open close settlement lines so I can play with them. And I liked that one especially today. So the 62.75 I think is going to be really important support. If we get any move down, that's kind of going to be the first target and first kind of spot to look to see if we're going to hold that. The level yesterday, the target is the next level that I want to really see be support, 62.65. I mean, right now we're just drifting up and up and up. So the current trend is up. It's if we start hitting those extremes and get any sort of move down, I'm just looking to start tagging these levels back down because that's all we're at all-time highs. And I've talked about this a little bit. Price action can get a little crazy up around all-time highs, especially when we're hitting it pre-market, and then the market's got to open and adapt and do a lot of things all at once. So it can kind of cause some weird price action, but in general, like we're still pushing. We do have this trend line up here, so that's another reason I'm watching the 6,300 on ES real strongly, is it's right underneath this trend line that we have on the higher time frame charts. So I'm watching that to potentially be, but every single time I call a bullish target, we end up exceeding it. So I still have some other targets up here. If we got my pen on, if we do keep moving higher and higher, but kind of the most likely scenarios that I had looked at this morning. And this is a half day for the New York Stock Exchange. So I'm keeping that in mind too. We're going to lose volume a lot faster than normal today. So I'm looking for all this to happen real early. But if we kind of fall down, I would be looking for some sort of reaction, and it might be even higher because I drew this earlier, but we've put in this high up here. Let me mark that. We've put in this high up here at 62.96. So that would be a little liquidity zone to test before we move. I would just be looking at these levels down, retrace, hit these levels down. If we get any movement lower, you can see this kind of looks like a chop than a strong move down. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. If we do get a move, it'll look a little bit more like chop. And then a move up would just be hitting the level higher. And it can get really messy with a small time frame chart when we're at all-time highs. So that makes me extra careful about waiting for retracements to high and waiting for weeks to sell and that sort of thing. I want to be extra careful with my entries. But I would just be looking for it to continue up to kind of the next levels here. We have 63. It's harder to nail in the levels we haven't traded yet. But my next target up there was the 63.17, and then I have 63.25. This might end up kind of being a zone. We'll have to see when we get there a little bit if price actually stalls and treats this like a zone, and we can kind of chop around in here. Otherwise, there's a lot of room up here. So if it was earlier in the week, this would be part of my weekly plan. Are we going to hit some ridiculous targets up here? But coming into the close of the week with the holiday tomorrow and everything, I'm not as confident in that. We could still get some kind of crazy short squeeze up to around 63.50, that sort of thing. But we'll see. A little bit up in the air with the half day and the all-time highs. So it might be a good day to be patient, in my opinion. But we'll see.
Thank you, Barbie. Nick.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and share my charts here. You guys be patient with me. I don't have a mouse, so I'm doing this from a laptop. But yeah, this is kind of what I'm watching here. NQ obviously hit all-time highs. ES just hit them this morning. I believe this is the all-time high here. I feel like, yeah. So this is the ES all-time high has been hit. So my weekly objectives have been hit for the week. So usually that means not really looking to take a trade because I don't know where price is going to draw to next. Plus, I had such a good day yesterday. If you guys caught that trade, but let me check the 1 hour here. If you guys want to play a continuation, I would probably do it inside of this 1 hour gap here on the close at 10 o'clock. This is also a 4 hour close as well. So this 4 hour candle will close and they give you a little bit more info. I was actually hoping NFP would do something like this, like gravitate lower and then we trade higher the rest of the session. I feel like that would have been more high probability. If you have any questions for me, drop them in the chat. If you guys can hear me all right, make sure. And then the next thing I'm sort of watching here is gold. So gold is inside of this daily gap right here. It did like disrespect this candle, this gap right here, and then it's coming lower though. So this could be a potential for like trapped order flow. So price could bounce around in here, especially on a day like a half day like today, day before a holiday. So we want to be very, very cautious. I would honestly wait to like for a strong 15-minute candle closure, like somewhere in here. I wouldn't try to be it long right now. And I would be most likely wait until 9:30 open. Let me check to make sure we don't have anything else either. I don't think we do. No. Oh, we do. Oh, we have, is this right? Yeah, we have ISM at 10 o'clock. So we do have 10 o'clock news as well. So maybe wait on that for gold. That's really all I'm watching. Had a good day yesterday. I don't want to give back any profits on a day where my draw has already delivered before the market has opened. But if I see a setup, like I said yesterday, day before NFP, I usually don't trade. And then I ended up trading because I had such a clear setup. So if I see a clean setup with a clear draw and my entry model presents itself, I will take it. No hesitation. So can we check for standard deviations levels when we trade beyond? Yeah, so how I would do it if you're doing standard deviation levels, is I think the best one you can do is probably this one. Go Alt here. You could go from here, this daily level, up to here. So I did standard deviations from -1, -1.5 to 2. That's the only way you can trade at all-time highs, because unless you're getting a pullback on like an hourly time frame. But you take the manipulation leg from the low to the high, and you extend that all the way up to 4 standard deviations, and you could use those as targets. You can do the same thing for ES, and you can do this on the hourly chart. So if you see an hourly manipulation lower or higher, you can plot it on that. Thanks for reminding me to do that now that we're all-time highs. So yeah, that's how I do it. And that's how I traded all-time highs, I think a year and a half ago, when we were just trading, when we just broke through it. And yeah, that's how I did it. It's kind of cool. -1 standard deviations is right now. So yeah, if you guys have any questions, that's pretty much it in terms of charts from me. I think that was one question.
You have a good point, though. Like, I had a big day yesterday too, and that's the other reason I just I want to keep enjoying that feeling instead of trying to make something else big happen on a smaller day. It's kind of everyone's always looking, well, how do you decide if it's going to be a big trading day or not? We don't always know when the big trading days are going to happen. It's just kind of when the stars align, but you kind of know when it's not going to happen, and it's on a half day after a big win usually. So
speaking of big wins, let's celebrate Donovan. Donovan is getting a payout. Congratulations. Our Donovan in chat.
Good job, Donovan. Good stuff.
Confetti. Everyone smash the confetti button for Donovan. Ooh, SBM got a payout last night. Congratulations. We have the fastest payouts in town. It's measured in milliseconds.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's so cool.
I wasn't expecting all that news to drop, like all the stuff coming up and then the stuff this week. I'm like, can we get the chart?
I would love a pullback.
Pretty bullish, right?
Yeah.
I would love a pullback at this point, because my swing trading is just dead in the water right now, waiting because, there's no entry yet. We had such a beautiful entry yesterday, though. That's why I always try to just really enjoy when we have everything happen right and multiple things aligning and we can capture it. Then that gives us the chance to kind of chill and reevaluate. Like I'm more looking towards next week than today right now, to be honest. So that is the nice thing. So we talk about that a lot. Like I talk about this a lot. You don't have the same opportunities every day. So I always try to, that's what I mean. Like, really appreciating the opportunity we got yesterday doesn't, that takes a lot of pressure off today, in my opinion. For me, it does.
So I heard you both say you both made a lot of money like last night. Was that during Globex or was that during Asia?
No, yesterday. Not last night. Last night I was sleeping and enjoying my profits. No, yesterday we had the, it was the play that I talked about when we came on the stream. I technically bought pre-market at the 62.35, but I just kept buying. Here, I can show you. I did a trade recap on my channel yesterday. I'm on the 5-minute chart, so it's gonna take a sec. But this level, I just had so much confluence on buying this area down here, the 62.35 to 62.40 area. So I bought this a couple times. I bought it on ES and NASDAQ, and then I got almost the complete run. I did trail out when I stepped away from the computer, but that I hit it in with all the accounts copied and everything, all my main accounts. So that's what I mean. Like that was my spot. Like I had been waiting for that setup for a couple weeks, and I finally got it. And that's what I mean by when you have the really, really great opportunities, that's when you can put a lot on it. And when you don't see, when it's like a B/C trade, you don't have to put everything on it. But I saw that one and traded that one pretty hard. I was trading that kind of hard during the stream yesterday too, but I was taking some extra scalp entries and everything. I traded the heck out of that. I traded the NASDAQ one too, because I did the 22,600 up to 22,700, but I got a much bigger piece of it on ES.
Thanks for sharing that with us, Barbie. All right, market is going to open in less than 10 minutes. Chat, are you thinking long today, short today, or going to sit it out because it's a half day? Type in chat, let us know. Let's set the first bounty. Today is basically like our Friday. What are you guys thinking, chat? What should we set it at? Let us know. Nick, Barbie, thoughts?
What are we
Your
at
bounty
right now?
queen. Every time I do it wrong. Because I think we should be able to hit some big bounties. We got a lot of great traders in here that I know have great trading friends.
Yes, we do. That is for sure. Lots of really good traders here.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Awesome.
I
had to go get my AirPods. I think I was getting like a mic echo or something.
Okay, I'm seeing 500, 500. I don't know, guys. That's more like a Monday number.
Yeah, that's like a Monday number.
That's like a Monday number. Today's like our Friday.
Let's see. Let's do
Dragonade said 7,000 bazillion. 700, 750, 750.
I'm cool with whatever.
Yeah. Barbie, you're like, I know you guys got it in you. Let's shoot for those higher numbers. 650. So this will be for our first bounty of the day. Let's go. I'm seeing a lot of 650s. 650. 650 it is. Let's do it. All right, 650 likes, 650 views. Everyone, smash that like button. Let's get this party going. It's non-farm payrolls today, guys. Yes, pigtails for non-farm payrolls.
We've been getting a lot of views on the YouTube too. Like I guess after the stream's over, it gets like close to 7,000 or right at 7,000. So that's pretty good.
That is good.
Let's see.
All right,
here.
we have the first bounty set. 8 more minutes until market opens. Rose says press the buy button. Longs. Good luck on your longs. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to be looking for longs today. If we open in the green, I am looking for longs.
I like that. Gold starting to turn around here too. So let's see what happens on that. How did everyone trade this week?
It was kind of all on yesterday, to be honest. Monday and Tuesday were real slow and boring, but Wednesday made up for it. So
I keep thinking today's Friday. So yeah, we've only had Monday, Tuesday was not very good. Wednesday, yesterday was good, but usually Wednesday, the day before NFP, is just not very good price action. But yesterday, I was like, man, this is such a good setup.
That's why I don't ever try to overthink like what data we have and that sort of thing. I want to stay out of the way of it, but I don't try to overthink it and expect how it's going to come in or anything.
DJ,
even on these big ones like non-farm, because it can really be anything.
DJ acquisitions overtraded but finished green. Way to finish green. Overtrading is such a challenge for so many people, including me. What helps you guys to not overtrade? I know I've heard like setting plans for the day, having something else planned. Any other ideas?
I mean, I really don't try to trick myself. I know that everyone has all these little tricks where they just want to like trick themselves, but I mean, at the core of it, you just trade your plan. You know, if you take the play that's in your playbook or you don't, and you manage the trade the way you plan to manage it or you don't. And you have the time. I mean, once you start getting into this, you learn the times that you're good at trading and you're not at trading. This block of time right now, like right before the market opens, I just don't touch it because I know that my win rate sucks during this time. It's way higher other times. I'd rather focus my energy during the successful times, which for me is usually the morning session. During lunch, I want to eat. When the market's being boring, you know, the market gives us this natural flow that we can trade. And I think when you're over trading, it comes from this place of desperation where I have to get this done today. And I don't have that because I'm always looking big picture. It's always big picture. It's not I have to get this done today. And so I want to build this over the long term and have a really big, easy way to make money. As it gets easier as you go, right? It's small. It's really hard to trade small accounts. The bigger your accounts get and the more leverage you have, the easier it is to trade a little bit, and you can settle down into things. So that's why thinking about the big picture and the big plan is more important. It keeps you where you can say, yes, taking $100, $200 profit today is what I need to do today as part of the bigger plan to be able to make $5,000 a day or whatever it is that you want to, whatever your big goal is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I've heard you say adding accounts helps, like instead of trying to make it all like $1,000 from one account, like have multiple accounts, and then it takes off.
Well, I mean,
takes away the
$2,000 a drawdown can only do so much. Like a lot of traders, like most traders, especially traders in the prop space, are trying to do way too much with $2,000. You really have to understand what a NASDAQ is, what an E-mini is compared to a micro E-mini. You really have to understand what the value of all these things that you're actually trading is. And you can't, like, being a better trader doesn't mean, I mean, it could mean, but this isn't necessarily the goal here. It doesn't mean you're able to make more with $2,000. It means you're able to manage $2,000 better. And if you can manage $2,000 really, really well, you can manage $2 million really, really well. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the general idea. But if you can't manage $2,000 properly, and part of that managing it properly is keeping your trades sized right so that you can keep that $2,000 going, you know, if you, that's kind of, I think that's where a lot of the disconnect is everyone's thinking like, well, if I'm better, then I can trade, 10 E-minis in a $2,000 drawdown. No, that's not the way it works. Mm-hmm. Good traders, the reason that they're good traders, they know how to properly leverage in size.
Mm-hmm. For the size of the account.
Right. And if you want more leverage, you get more accounts. Yeah, that's the way I've always looked at with the prop accounts, because there's only so much you can do with that drawdown. That's literally how it's designed. So that's why they let us have multiple accounts. Otherwise, we'd only be able to have one. So.
Speaking of accounts, so this week's promo is 50% off any account, any size, and after that, it is 15% off, 15 off, and it's unlimited. Use code YouTube for that if you need a fresh account. All right, market's going to open in less than 2 minutes. Oh, Nick.
Yeah, one thing I was going to say about the copy trading, I saw some people typing about it, is it's obviously a double-edged sword, right? Like if you like you go in tilt, you can lose like 10, 15, 20 accounts.
Well, I don't copy that. This is one thing. People think that if I say copy trading, I mean I'm copying to every single account, and I don't. I have my accounts grouped. I'm never threatening my entire leverage ever. Just pointing that out.
Yeah. So like I have the same as well. So like each week I'll go through, I group them. I'll have the same groups for each week, and I'll just go each week, just filter onto a different one. So it could be a combination of Apex, MyFundedFutures, and all these other accounts. That's the best way to do it, because like you're diversifying your risk. Yeah, you might not make as more, but you're protecting the downside. And remember what I've always said about protecting the downside. If you do that, the only way for the equity curve to go is up. So, and as for over trading, like, I don't know. Like I just don't. I feel like you're more prone to overtrade on lower time frames. So just stay off the lower time. Like the 5-minute chart. Like for me, there's like, there's only 24 candles within 9:30 to 11:30. So like, and I need like 5 candles for my setup to appear. So like if it doesn't appear, like it's not appear so many times in like one session is my point, because there's just not enough time for it to do that. So, but yeah, that's kind of how I just. People will try to like their goal is to make 100K trading, and then like I'll look at like their sheets or their executions or whatever, and they're trying to trade like they're trying to make 100K in a day. I'm like, what are we doing? Thought the goal is 100K. Like calm down, bro. Like it's July.
Okay, 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Market is open. Oh, it's pushing higher. All right, NASDAQ is up over 100 points right now in the green. I don't know if we're going to get a pullback. I hope we do.
Yeah, I don't know either. Let's see what happens.
It is pushing. So non-farm, someone did ask when is non-farm payrolls, and it was at 8:30 Eastern time. And it was better than expected based on the ADP employment numbers that we had yesterday. So anything can happen. Yeah, I don't know.
We have PMI at 10, just FYI,
10.
PMI at 10 a.m.
Okay, in 30 minutes, we have another PMI. Thanks, Barbie. All right, NASDAQ is pushing higher, 118, 17 points. So on holidays, have you guys seen like the day before holidays where the market can just like trend? I've seen that. And then I've also seen just like completely range bound.
Well,
yeah.
So those are the two options you get in lower volume conditions. And before a holiday is going to be lower, generally, almost always lower volume conditions. So that really does put the market in two modes. And it's either a drift of the continuation, which the market always does kind of have a bullish bias, or it'll be just literal chop because the market doesn't have anywhere to move. So
yeah,
that was kind of the two scenarios I'd put out too. But even like just falling down, that's what I wanted to point out. Like I saw someone posting last night, oh, big drop down. I was like, yeah, we just bounced off of all-time highs. Do not call that a big drop down. But we always have to, this is a really good time to keep everything in perspective. So
I did just hop in one micro. So I'm going to scale into this position. So any pullback we get, I will keep adding. I'll add up to 3, and I'm going to risk about 500 total on this trade. So the reason why I hopped in is because I don't know if we are going to get a pullback, and I want at least a chance to get in. So that is why I hopped in this micro. I don't know what's going to happen, you guys. Definitely don't copy me. Don't copy any traders on YouTube.
That's what the whales say. That's what the whales say. And she's not in a micro. She's in a mini.
No, I'm in a micro. Promise. I'm being
Max
good
leverage.
on air.
Yeah, 650 and 650, guys. So
oh, for the bounty? How are we doing?
Yeah, I thought I was. Yeah, I think we're like 100 off on viewers.
All right, everyone, smash
it up.
and share the show. Oh, so yesterday that bounty just like dropped like right away. So we just never know. That's why I say sometimes the treasure might drop in like the next few minutes. Sometimes it might drop in 20 minutes. We just never know. So MyFundedFutures definitely keeps us on our toes.
ES did hit 6,300 now. So we've got that one. It's reacting off of that now. We'll see if it continues higher or not.
This is a daily chart on ES. It's just incredible. This is so incredible. All right. 6,300. Oh.
There it is again. So, I mean, the next spot up there, we have a trend line. But yeah, this thing's strong.
It's so strong.
Ridiculous.
This
Wow.
is my one micro, my baby.
I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing at all the bananas in the chat. I'm like, what is going on?
Bananas. It's banana time.
I think they want to see. I think they want to see the banana, Barbie.
Banana time.
There we go.
It's so funny because I'll get like some random comment on one of my other videos, like, "What's with the banana?" I'm like, guys, keep up. Banana power.
Net Baba said full port for the holiday. I did full port an eval yesterday, and it didn't end well. So I will not be full porting anytime soon. I have to have a max of my full porting, right? Can't go bananas.
Bananas. Was that my cue?
All right. So market is still super strong. We will see what the next candle brings. New highs. We just keep making new highs.
ISM at 10 o'clock. It's the 4-hour candle is really taking off.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Oh,
The
we
only thing I
look
think
at
of like
your
maybe
chart.
or maybe we'll drop off the daily 3 ATR with that data, but I don't know. It could also be a moon shoot, so we'll see.
All right, pushing higher. Is anyone trading the 5-minute orb? Kind of scary to get in on the 5-minute orb at like all-time highs.
Yeah, that has been working out for you guys though. That's like I like
Well,
how
I
you
don't do
just
the
you just
5-minute.
enter like the 15 minutes. Sorry, you just
Yeah.
enter
Terry
there's
does
no
the
thinking to it.
5-minute though.
Yeah, I just entered because the market was green, so high, and that the context of that information that we got this morning with non-farm payrolls, it was like opposite of ADP information, and we are at highs. And the weird thing about highs is that it attracts more buyers. It's like, oh my God, we're so high. You would think that it would mean like, oh, it'll pull back, but so many times I've seen all-time highs. It just attracts like people who are freaking out. Like, I need to get a piece of this because it's going to the moon. So I don't know. And I think the big thing, what gives me confidence to hop in a trade like this is because my first size is just 1 micro. So my plan is to scale into it. So if we get a pullback, I will add to it. So that helps me like think like, okay, it's no biggie. It's just like 1 micro. Like 1 micro feels very comfortable to me. This is risking essentially $200.
Type 1 in the chat if you guys trade ICT, by the way.
I think there are a lot of people that trade ICT.
Yeah. I just didn't know if there's a lot of people in here that did. So one.
It's bananas.
No luck, pure skill does. Gypsy
Banana
does.
trade.
Oh wow, there's a lot of people. Two, yeah. No, okay, yeah, I didn't think there was. Yeah, so sometimes I'd be calling out stuff like people probably like, what is that? But now I feel a little bit better about it. What was it?
I think, yeah, Nick, share with us how you trade, the language that you use. Every trader does everything differently. And I think it's great that we have different traders who trade with different systems and different terms, and we can learn from everyone.
Yeah, ICT. Yeah, well, 90% trades, well, 90% trade. Yeah, I've heard the funny ones. It was like ICT stands for I can't trade. I'm like, well, that's a good one.
Well, he can't. Let's face it. Like that is what the problem is. It's not the trade so much as the lunatic at the helm that pissed people off. That's what I'm saying. I've made that distinction before. Like
huge
if
difference.
You've got somebody talking a lot of shit, you're gonna get a lot of hate. That's the way it works.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Someone asked about
Umut, how about you stop talking? We're not doing this nonsense today.
Whoa. What's going on?
650 live. No, do we hit the bounty?
Yeah.
I think so.
Did we? You get the likes up too?
I can't.
Likes. Yeah, we have to get about 50 more likes, you guys. Let's
Almost
go.
there.
Let's go. 650 is our first bounty. This is our Friday. Yeah, we won't be streaming tomorrow because of the holiday. So let's make today amazing. All right.
Yeah. So basically all the terms I really use are the ones I talked about yesterday. Basically just fair value gaps and like swing highs, swing lows, relative equal lows, relative equal highs. Like it's nothing crazy. People will get a little confused when people start talking about external to internal, but all that really is just like something like this. So as you can see, I had this line marked off and this one because these were like relative equal. For me, this was an external high and external low of this range. So I wanted to see one of them ran and then we attacked the other side, which is what happened. If you guys remember me calling that out last week on Monday. So that is where people get confused. Like, what is external high? What is external low? It depends on the time frame you're watching. Like on the daily, this would be one for me. On the 1 hour, for example, let me go down to the 1 hour. It's just not working. Okay. Didn't really have a whole lot this week because we just been, shooting higher. But like for me, this previous day high from Monday would be an example of external high. And then this low right here would be an external low. So once that's ran and you're bullish, like, you can start to attack this side, which is what we did yesterday, right? We got in longs right around in here, and then we targeted up to 848. So that's kind of how basically external and internal, external highs and lows, you want to be pairing them with order flow. So like if I go with the daily, go back to the daily here, and I saw this being ran before this low, I'd be a little skeptical. But if we start to displace higher and just keep going higher, I'd be okay, that's fine. Once I got more confirmation, but we got what I wanted. We got external low run, and I'm going to be looking to target longs because why? I'm bullish. So that's kind of how you use it. Let's see here. I think dang, a lot of people got muted.
There's a bunch of spammers right now.
Yeah, spammers. Okay, yeah, we hit the bounty apparently.
We did? I see 641.
Okay, never mind.
9 short. 9 likes short. Who's going to be our lucky 9? Emperor says 8.
So this is that 15-minute on gold right here.
Ooh, look at that chart.
Yeah, a lot of people probably bearish right around here, but I like the move lower. But
this code, you guys, it dropped 50 free resets. Use code reset3J. Let us know if you got it. Good luck, everyone. George got it. Gas got it. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I'm letting people get the likes.
Gerline got it. Woohoo!
Back-to-back days where it comes.
Okay, sorry, Nick, for interrupting. We were just so excited.
No, 100%. That's great.
Yeah, okay, but back to the chart, like what you were sharing with us.
Yeah, it was just gold on the 15-minute. I was just watching to see. Obviously, I was bullish on this because of the daily here. I wanted to see us start to make an open low, which is what we did, and now start to push higher. But I don't really see entry model in here for me. But maybe I can catch something on the 15-minute to go higher. But like I say, if I don't see anything, I'm not going to take it. But we do have news at 10 o'clock. Watch that. And then
just FYI, this has come up. Trump says he's going to speak with Putin at 10 o'clock. We're adding that to the calendar.
Okay.
Oh, shoot. Is it on Forex?
It's on Newsfeed. Like, I don't know if it's on Forex Factory.
Damn.
It came across the Newsfeed.
That's crazy.
Thanks, Barbie. I think all those news
what you have to watch for when we have a call, because we have these come out a lot. We're waiting for that thing that comes after the call where Trump's going to post something about the call. When he posts something about the call, the market moves.
Yeah. This is like playing poker and knowing your opponents, like knowing their patterns. So there's always kind of something that Trump will tweet, it sounds like, after something like that, after a meeting.
I'll tell you what, I'll break down my trade from yesterday.
That sounds good.
Yeah. So remember, guys, this was actually the same trade that I took on, what was it? What was that, Tuesday? I took it Tuesday after we ended the stream. There was an SMT at the low here from Monday to Tuesday. And then it was literally the exact same setup. I just got stopped out. But yesterday, however, we had this SMT right here with ES. And I also had this point of interest I was watching. So this is an example of a low that was ran that I was watching for price to go higher from. So once that gets ran on the hourly chart, I'll drop down to the 5 now. And this is what we had right here. it all starts with a draw, right? Where is price most likely to draw to? I had some relative equal highs I was watching. And if you guys, this looks just like, market maker model. So sell model down and then a buy model to the upside. And once you get that confirmation that price is starting to disrespect some bearish PD arrays like fair value gaps, that to me is confirmation that price wants to go higher. And a lot of people wait for all these things to get confirmed, but really it's just one or two. Good stuff. Looks like a lot of people got the bounty. So what did we have here? So price ran into this point of interest. We also had a short-term stop run right here. I think Ash got this trade as well. So stop right here. TP. Oh, I got moved. So yeah, that was the trade. Once we got a close above this green candle, you have to have a close. You can't do a wick. And you want to close above, retest, and then price shot higher, right? So that was a very beautiful setup. This actually happened again on what was it? Tuesday. So this was the setup on Tuesday. But for me, it moved higher and then it came back lower. And my stop was actually right here. It like bottom took me out and then consolidated all day before going higher. And that's what I was talking about in terms of like over trading and stuff like that. I saw the setup once on Tuesday, and then after like from 9:30 to 11, like that was the only setup that we had. So and then same for yesterday. Like, it's just not a whole lot of times for me to over trade unless you drop down to lower time frames, which is you guys see up here. I just have 5, 15 hourly, 4-hour daily. Like don't make your in the 5 second because I was doing something earlier. But yeah, this was the setup yesterday, and actually my long-term target for that was this 848. We hit that I think the next hour or two. So let me remove some of these drawings, which was these relative equal highs right here at 848. So very beautiful setup. But yeah, wanted to give you guys a breakdown yesterday. I posted on my Twitter as well. I'll probably do a YouTube video about it this weekend if I get bored here. So yeah.
Thanks, Nick. Tell us more about the, what is it called? Relative highs? Like the two highs?
Yeah. So
what's the significance of that? Or like, yeah.
I just find that price is most likely to gravitate towards those highs or lows that, remain relative equal, right? Mainly due to they're just so clean. And like, it's just kind of how I've always traded. And like swing highs and swing lows are great. Like this one is great for a point of interest, especially on the hourly. But if you can get, like if I drop down to the 5-minute chart, I go replay mode and I go to the 5-minute from right here, and I drop to the 5-minute chart right here, especially when you're not in consolidated markets, when you're in like trending markets and you see equal highs or lows. Like you tell me 3 or 4 equal highs right here, or just like in a bullish market. I just feel like they're most likely to get ran. So yeah.
Thanks, Nick.
Let's see.
NQ is consolidating a bit since 8:30 Central Time, since market open. It is green, about 122 points. It looks like
NASDAQ, ES is still pushing. That's why I'm at ES is pushing.
ES is pushing. Let's take a look at ES. So NASDAQ did bounce off this 9 SMA. Maybe that was the pullback. I don't know. Oh, look. ES is up 0.5%. It's pushing. Anything can happen. SBM says, I hope it holds.
We shall see.
New highs.
I still want the pullback. Everyone's going to freak out and think, oh, the bubble's bursting. That's when I'm going to buy. I need that moment back.
No, I wouldn't trade an M15 to M1. Gold's just too crazy on the 1-minute chart for me.
Gold. What contract are we in on gold? I have
GCQ. GCQ.
Okay, so this is the right one. I typically don't trade gold. SBM says I hate gold.
No, gold.
And the first part of the year, it was so nice to trade. Like the daily was so clean. Like from December or January to like March or April, it was one of the best charts. If you look at the daily chart on gold.
Oh, okay. Let's look at the daily.
So just go back. Yeah, so zoom it out, like you can kind of see how the daily.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah. It would like go up, pull back, go up, pull back, go up, pull back. Like
It's just like buy the dip. Mr. Smith says gold makes and breaks me on and off. So the gold contract is a big contract. I've heard of people just getting like ran over with this contract.
Yeah, I mean, like you got to trade. Me, I can't tell you the last time I took a gold mini for sure. Like micros are definitely the way. I think you like one mini
or micros.
Yeah,
there's micro crude too. That's another one that's real scary if you get into the minis, even if you're used to NASDAQ.
Yeah, isn't it like? Is it $100 a point in crude? I forgot. Oh, look at that candle.
Go. Let's go. Okay, I still want the 17.
Oh wow.
Market just made a big push up. Likely some type of headline news. Algos jumped right in there. And it made a new high of day.
I don't see any news. I'm watching. Let's see if anything comes through. Sometimes there's it can be just like a big order too. How's our volume? Because we should have a lower volume day today. Yeah, we are. We had decent volume on the first candle, but it's fallen off pretty quickly. So I think we're just getting into the lower volume conditions, which can be that walk up where we get these kind of crazy pushes, but they can also get hammered down real quick too with an opposite, like a take profit order. But this is how short squeezes start too. Just saying.
Yeah,
it doesn't have as much time today, but this is kind of the start of what we look for a short squeeze.
Is anyone shorting these highs? DH Acquisitions said short the highs. I'm not today. Normally I like to go short.
I don't short all-time highs.
I'm not today.
Just because of the way that price action tends to be at all-time highs, because it likes to break them. We got to test higher, see if we're really going to do that or not.
Mustafa says, yeah. Foxtune, you're Shong.
He's Shong, so he doesn't want to do either. Yeah, flat is a position, especially on a half day before a weekend.
Yeah,
I found a little Gen play in here, but that's all I'm doing because I'm not trading today. So
let me. Someone asked about GU. I'll share my chart with you guys. I think David asked about GBP USD. I'm going to do 6B because that's the futures version. For this, pay attention to we're trading inside. So this candle from June 24th. Yeah, so there's a pretty big SMT at these lows. EU or 6E is way stronger than GU or 6B. It's trading inside this gap. There is a 1 hour fair value gap price is trading inside of, trading away from, I should say, right here. And then if you drop to the M5, price is starting to inverse ever since 8:30. So that's pretty good. However, I don't know, I don't have a clear draw of where I think price is going to go to. Mainly due to this candle right here was a little odd to me, like how it just dropped down. But if depending on what time frames you trade, like if you trade the hourly, for example, or if you trade maybe some on MyFundedFX, take a long here. This previous day high could look really good right there. So maybe get a close here in 5 minutes. You could enter long, stop below here, because this is basically just my setup on an hourly time frame, and that looks way better because you're using these fair value gaps right here as a support, and you also have an SMT at the lows. So hopefully that helped you out there, David. Any other? How many trades you do a day? 1 to 2. Like I'll take 2, but yesterday, like if I get one and done, I get in and out of the market, I'm done. Like I don't ever give back profits. I'll say that. I never give back profits. I'll never get in after.
Do you have a limit of like, okay, let's say you're up $1,000 on the day, and then you get into your next trade and it starts to go against you?
There won't be a next trade.
Okay. What if your account is up $300 and then you get into your next trade? Do you have a limit as far as like how far back you'll let the daily P&L go down, or like that's just a daily trade?
No, yeah, it's usually one, like if price is floating around $300, what I'll do sometimes, like I may just set my TP and stop loss and I'll walk away. But majority of the times I'll just like I may close, like if it gets to 12 o'clock, like I may just close it plus 300 in profit, because my best setups usually hit to take profit super quick. Like yesterday, for example, that was a 20-minute trade from entry to TP. I just know that based off my system.
Yeah. So
like why, if I entered at 950, why am I still watching the market at 12 o'clock? Like just close out, take the $400, move on. If it, just depending. Let's see. Expect 9 a.m. shenanigans. Yeah. That's how I do it. Daily risk and profit. So I would not set a daily profit target. I would, because that kind of it kind of messes with you, right? Like whatever system, whatever trade system, ICT, or like just hop in there and trade the chart, right? Plan the trade, trade the plan, and the money will take care of itself. The problem is people come in trying to make money without thinking of the downside, thinking of their risk. And it's just not the best way to trade. That if you just follow a process, the money will take care of itself. But that's the number one problem I see, because like you could have a really, really good trade like I did yesterday, for example, and let's say you're up $1,000, and you're like, man, that's just not enough. I want to make $1,500 so I could pass it in 2 days, and I have to make it takes me 3 days to pass this account instead of 2. Like that's a bad way to look at it. You know what I mean? Like trying to just like make an extra $500 on a day, because there's been times when I have given back money trying to make a little bit more. It's never going to go well. The times it does, it's just like it's more luck than anything.
Yeah.
But if you see your setup, like if you trade the AM and the PM, unlike me, and you see a setup in the AM, take it. See a setup in the PM, take it. But Asia, take it. I'm not saying don't trade, only once a day. I'm just saying, like that's just not how I work. I like to get 2 or 3 setups a week, and if I take 3 losses, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I just call it for the week, because I need to just. My analysis was wrong on the higher time. All my analysis comes from the higher time frames. And if that's wrong, that means the chart is just a little funky, and I'm more so trying to take a trade and make money rather than just follow my plan. So,
thank you, Nick. MyFundedFutures just dropped the form for a chance to win a free 50K Starter Plus account. Make sure everyone goes and fills out that form. We'll be doing the wheel later to announce the winners. So that is how you get on the wheel for a chance to win a free account. You have to go to the form in chat and fill that out. Last minute thoughts for the day / week since we're off tomorrow, Nick?
Don't give back profits. I think that's the best thing to do. Like if you see your setup, take it. But if not, walk away. Holiday tomorrow. Like the one thing I hate the most about the market, like what I do, like to myself, like if I made money on Thursday or Wednesday, and I come in Friday and I lose money. But the weekend just kind of sucks, right? Especially if I overtraded or I did something stupid. If I followed my plan and I lost money, I'm not too bummed out about it. Yeah. But like it sucks carrying a loss into the weekend, because it just extends itself, and then you come in Monday trying to make the money back. So just I'm not going golf. I'm going golfing tomorrow. I'm not going golfing today. But yeah, no, that's it for me. I'll see you guys back here on Monday. Y'all be safe.
You too. Have a great weekend, Nick.
Yeah, you too. You guys be safe.
Thank you. Bye. Wow, market is pushing higher. So
yeah, don't mind me doing my degen thing over here because I'm not trading.
So I am glad that I got in this kind of tester with 1 micro, because the fear was that I wouldn't get a good pullback. So that's why I just tested. I just put in 1, and my plan was that if we got a good pullback, I would add to it. And it did pull back to this 9 SMA. I was hoping for like a bigger pullback to like VWAP. So I did not add another 1 in. Calculated Trading said, did you scale in, Terry? Yes, I did scale in. This is my how I deal. This is a new thing, by the way, you guys. How I'm dealing with some FOMO is I am going to just go in with 1 micro. And so far, I mean, today, it might just be lucky, right? But like today it's working, and I do feel better. Like I feel like I'm not missing this move. Keith says, good job, Terry. Thank you. Yeah. So we're just trying to improve every day. And we do not beat ourselves up, right? Like if we have a bad day, we make mistakes. This is a marathon, not a sprint. And we just get back up the next day and we say, okay, what am I going to work on today to improve my game? Ethan asked a good question. Have you done what Barbie does and just have a prop account for those itch trades? That's a good idea. I should really do that. I think I haven't committed to that. Like, okay, this one account is for like my, itch degen.
Got it. By the way, I wanted that 17 level. Got it.
You got it? But Barbie, you're not trading today.
I'm not trading.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
This always happens when I see a setup though. So
like with the momentum and then with your levels. Everyone hit the confetti button for Barbie. Woohoo! Okay, Roman Art says, I get a big eval for the drawdown. Okay. Get a big eval for the drawdown for like the degen kind of itch trades accounts. I think that's what you're suggesting, Roman Arts. Short squeeze. DH Acquisition says this is a short squeeze. Look at this. Woo. Let's look at ES. Barbie, I know you weren't trading, wink, wink, but was it the ES?
I've ended up in both, but yeah, primarily the ES. I really liked how ES was taking off, and it actually kind of gave 2 little opportunities, especially when it came back down and retested 6,300. But yeah.
Nice one.
That's the danger of being here with y'all.
Well, I'm glad you are with us all, because the party would not be complete without you. Yeah, so Roman Art says yes, exactly. Thank you for that. All right, market keeps pushing higher. NASDAQ, okay, ES is up 41 points in the green. NASDAQ is 184 points in the green, almost at 1%. I mean, not quite almost, but 0.82% in the green. And let's see how our little baby micro is doing. It's about halfway there. I am going to pull up my stop right below VWAP. It should not, with how strong this market is, it should not, in my mind, should not fall below VWAP. So save a few dollars there. So this is, I'm trying to do good trading, right? It's so funny with like 1 micro, it's so much easier to do good trading. Like the emotions are just out. And
No more full port, Terry.
I know, not today. I can't. All my full porting gas is gone, you guys. I used it up. Raj says 1 micro is Terry's only baby. Yeah, it's my only baby right now. Look at this big candle. So like some people trade the initial balance, which will be set in about 30 minutes. So this is a news candle, 10 a.m. PMI, very bullish.
Pretty crazy.
Pigeon says, I feel you. I just stopped trading at open. All right. This week's promo is 50% off any plan, any size. And then after that, all purchases after that, you get 15% off, and that is unlimited. Use code YouTube. Did everyone fill out the form? Make sure you fill out the form for a chance to win a free Starter Plus account. So my take profit is at 20. Wow, I can't believe I'm saying this. 23,075.25. Cannot believe that. So about 30 more points and it will hit TP. This is so strong. So the low of New York was, oh, I can't tell. About
well, we're getting into the zone. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, Barbie.
I was just gonna say, I mean, we're getting into that zone where I was expecting things to slow down. That's why I was looking for 63.17, because we have some levels that we're going to run into, 63.17 to 63.25. And what happens when we run into levels, we run into orders. So that's why I'm chilling now. I'm actually not trading because we could end up in a short squeeze. But I told y'all earlier too, like part of my day today is because we have a half day. I want to be able to enjoy my day, so I have things planned. So, and I've talked about this a little bit before. Some days I'm up for an all-day trade, and some days I'm not. And so this morning is one of those when I'm definitely looking to have things wrapped up really early. Like I was hoping for before 10 Eastern.
Yeah.
Didn't quite make that, but pretty close. Or did I get 17 before? I think it was right after. I think it was that news push that got us there.
We are up over 200 points in NASDAQ, and the market's only been open for 30 minutes. It really didn't have like a very good pullback for people to get into.
We don't do pullbacks anymore here, Terry.
It's not allowed. They're banned.
Stocks only go up.
Yeah.
This happened before when we first started pushing, like a year and a half ago. I guess it was really last spring. We were just pushing, and it was getting hard to trade because we just didn't get a lot of pullbacks. And we're doing that again right now. But I still am always, for my swings, I'm always super patient. And I talked about that at the beginning of the stream, how it's easier to trade a big account than a small account because you can take bigger positions, so you can take fewer positions. So that's how my swing account is a really big account. I worked really hard on making that a massive account, and that gives me the freedom to really wait for these pullbacks. But I am getting the itch, man. Give me my pullback, please. I'd like to make some more money in that account.
Yeah, your story is very inspiring, Barbie, about how you started, like your first account was a very small account and you've grown it to be a very large account.
I think that's why I have a very different perspective than people who start out in prop trading, and why it's ended up being a good perspective even for prop trading. But it's also like I don't depend on those accounts. I've never, but maybe this is my own personal trauma. I don't like depending on other people, but I like to have my own account that I can really count on, and then the props are always kind of a bonus, and it's kind of part of the game I play. It's part of my plan on how I manage those. I was talking about that at some point, if y'all were listening, how the managing prop accounts. So one of the skills as a trader is learning how to manage your funds and your capital. And it's not just earning capital, but capital preservation is really, really important. And prop firms are a little bit different than managing a regular funded account. But again, that ties back into being able to have multiple of them and things. It's there are special strategies for managing multiple prop accounts. And that's part of what you have to learn here. So we're learning to trade, and we're learning to manage our emotions, and then we're also learning to manage prop accounts, which is a little bit different than managing a live account. Plus, with a live account, I do my payouts or my withdrawals are a little bit different. It's based on how much I earned, just flat out, instead of trying to get over certain hurdles and things. So it is just a little bit different management style. So I want y'all to appreciate that you're also learning to manage these accounts and to not forget to, because that is one of the skills here.
Ooh, tell us more about that. So it's very exciting, you guys. Matt had tweeted on X that MyFundedFutures will be adding up to 5 accounts soon. We don't know when, but it is coming. So this is a great conversation for us to be having. Yeah, Barbie, share with us a little bit more about managing multiple accounts. It is a skill.
Well, yeah, and that's why sometimes the way I manage it isn't super relatable, because I've been trading prop firms for, I don't know, 2 years almost. So I started with one. It started just trying to get that first one passed. And then it was getting that first one to get me to a point of, I had to get that payout from the first one in order to make up for all of the money that I dumped into prop firms. And once I got to net zero, then it was just making $150, $200 a day in that account, whether it's scaled up or scaled down, or taking it in a separate trade, just to move that account out of the buffer. But then as you start adding accounts, so what I originally would do, I'm not as like organized about this these days, but what I initially would do is, as soon as I passed and got a funded account, I would add an eval and kind of copy trade that eval to the funded account. What I ended up finding, though, is I have kind of those extra little degen trades, and we all, I think, end up in this mindset where, okay, I don't want to put this on real funds, but I'll put it on an eval. And I try to be really, really, really careful with that. If we do that a lot, that's really, really bad. So it still has to be something that I've already tested and I've already looked at, but I will put on additional trades that I'm less sure about in the evals. And something that I have been really bad about, and I'm trying to get better about, is still trading my evals a little bit more aggressively than I trade my funded accounts. I just kind of settled into, I got in a bad mood about all the prop firms. Like there was so much drama with them, I guess like a year ago. And I didn't add any more for a while. So I was just literally just trading those PAs. And if you're not going to add any accounts, you have to keep the accounts alive. So again, I was trading smaller just to keep those accounts alive, because I still have PA number 1. I still have my original funded account. And it's just because I've just been really, really careful with it. So if you have 20 accounts, if you've got accounts at all the different prop firms, you get your 5 with MyFunded, you have your old ones from your old firm. I know that some traders will copy every single trade they do to all of those accounts. That is not okay for me. Maybe that works for some people. For me, my trades aren't that methodical all the time. So I have accounts that I'll put the orb trade into. I have accounts that I put my ES trades into. I have accounts that I put my NASDAQ trades into. So now that I have multiple accounts, I'll say, well, okay, well, this is the leader for my ES trades. And that'll be the trades like I took yesterday and this morning, where it's based off of buying a support or resistance level and then scaling out. And so those kind of trades, I can take a little bit bigger in some accounts than others. So that's when I can use my trade copier to manage that. Because I have some that only have, $1,600 a drawdown, and then I've got others have $4,000 a drawdown. So I scale those differently on my copy trader. But that's why, I get people in my comments saying all the time, well, you can't do it like that. It's like, well, you can if you have a lot going on. But I didn't start managing 5, 6 different brokerages and props. I started out just with my self-funded account, and then I added a prop, and then I added another prop. And so it changes over time. Who's really, really good at this and probably better at managing multiple props than me is Matt, who does the final hour of the show, because he's been doing it longer and managing multiple firms longer. But he kind of has the same thing. It's like, well, this one needs a little bit more help today, so I'm gonna take an extra trade in this account to get it up a little bit higher. So I've been trying to do that more when I have accounts that are behind, because this one has $1,500 a drawdown, this one has $4,000. So I've been trying to keep those a little bit more balanced. It makes tons of sense. I do that in my apiary too. I'll have a beehive that is just flourishing, and then I have another one that needs a little bit of help. So I'll take some resources out of this one and put it over there. We can't really move funds between prop accounts, but I can say, okay, this one needs a little bit extra support, so I'm going to give it some extra trades.
Yes,
but I know Matt does this really well. I would love to talk to him about that sometime.
Yeah, he actually shared with us on one of the shows how he does it, and he like he has it all mapped out. Like, okay, account A, B, C today, and then these accounts. Like he has a whole system about it. So
And I used to have a little dry erase on my desk, but like I don't know, I've been really focused on some of my development and my my script development, so I haven't been as focused on this other stuff. But I actually had a little dry erase on my desk where I'd say, okay, this is the leader account for this system, and it's going to these accounts. And I probably need to get back to that. But again, I just wasn't real focused on managing all these props there for a little bit. I was really managed on getting some of these projects off the ground because I love the automations. I'm a nerd, so I try to automate everything. It doesn't always work. Sometimes it works really well. So that was just kind of the mode that I've been in. But y'all are dragging me back out.
Thanks, Barbie. Denny Jones made $3K on the PMI News. Congratulations, Denny. Okay, so we were just so close to the take profit here. The high is at about 23,064. So we were about 10 points away from take profit. Market is pulling back a tiny bit on this 5-minute candle.
We are in that spot in ES, and I didn't map it out on NASDAQ, but NASDAQ's always kind of in the same area. That's why it's so easy to flip back and forth between the two. But and I will trade both. So I mean, I'll trade the NASDAQ just off of the ES chart sometimes too. But this is exactly that spot where I was expecting the market to kind of turn around. I didn't label this level, but I'm pretty sure this was a calculated level.
DH Acquisition said, am I going to buy another micro? Ooh, it's tempting. It's so tempting. If we pull back, I really wanted to pull back to the VWAP, but I don't think we're going to get it today. It's possible. I mean, that would be a big pullback. That would be all the way back to the low of the New York Open. If we were to get one back down here, I think some people would buy on this trend line. It's tempting. I don't know. Makes me so nervous trading at all-time highs like this.
I'm done. I already got profits I didn't expect today. So
yes, because you're not trading, Barbie. Wink, wink.
Here. And,
wait, I have to do a better wink. Okay. Everyone,
the order flow is falling apart a little bit too. So this makes sense that this is the slowdown spot. We'll see. It could keep cranking. I know the Discord's rooting for a pullback too. It's like, yeah, give us something. Give the bears something.
Kishand asked if Luke is back yet. No, he's still on his honeymoon, and he's also working in Greece and in Europe.
So, he can't stop though.
Is
he getting in trouble for that?
Really hard worker. Working even before the day of his wedding. He was late to the ceremony. Partly because he was making announcements to our community on YouTube. Speaking of that, everyone make sure you subscribe and then hit the notifications button, because sometimes Luke will just help and do like surprise flash sales on the accounts with MyFundedFutures. So make sure you hit notifications so you don't miss those announcements. Yes, we miss Luke too. Calculated trading. Luke is the man. Alexandra, thank you. Alexandra says, you girls are awesome. Okay. Oh, so the market flipped that red candle to green on the 5-minute. Maybe we hit our TP soon. Wouldn't it be awesome if it hits the TP before we go, Barbie? And then I can just be done.
That would be ideal. That was my thing too. Is like if I do not trade today, it's got to get booked early. So that was the thing I was looking at. So that's why I'm like, hands off, no more. 4th of July starts shortly for me anyway. So
yeah, you're like really good at just being like, okay, I'm done for the day. I have a lot of other things to do.
Hans or Haynes just passed. Let's go.
Let's go. Confetti button. Okay, we're about, what, 14 points? 13 points from hitting TP here. We also have someone else to celebrate. I did copy and pasted it because I didn't want to forget. Jorid, if you're still in here listening and watching, Jorid, Joryd, said, awesome, I just passed one with Pogo. Woohoo! Last week's promo was Pogo, and the week before, where if you bought an account and you passed the eval, you'd get one for free for the Starter Plus and the Expert. And a bunch of people are getting their free accounts now still. And I'm guessing people will keep getting them.
So we were talking about this in the Discord yesterday. When you pass a free account, it's winning at winning. So keep that in mind too. So pat yourself on the back if you pass a free account because you're winning at winning. Good job.
I like that. Speaking of winning, let's do the wheel. Who wants to win a free account? Type in W in chat if you want to win a free account. I'm going to get started. W, let's go. Barbie, do you want to cheer today? And then I will try and announce the names. I'll do my best, guys.
Let's go for it.
Okay. All right. Let's do 10 free accounts. Starter Plus. 50K Starter Plus accounts. Let's go. Garbrigi, congratulations.
Let's go. Congratulations.
I'm seeing lots of W's. Siri Muhammad, congratulations.
Let's go.
Tao Trades.
Been here since the beginning. I love seeing the familiar names win things.
Padrino.
Let's go.
Let's go. 50K Starter Plus account. No activation fees. All winners make a support ticket. Muadu Mutawaki. Wakil. Let's go.
All right, who we got?
Shili.
Shelly?
0027. Congratulations. QQ.
Let's go.
Let's go. 10 total winners. Lavish just asked how many. Jera, 44. Woohoo!
Yeah, I lost count. That
I lost count.
Here.
I lost count too. Was that it? Was that 10? Oh no, there's more. Arnell.
Still at W's. Let's go there.
Let's
trying
go.
to cheat.
W. Okay, last one. Last one. It could be you. Lindros, best friend. Congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations on winning your 50K Starter Plus account with MyFundedFutures. Make sure you make a support ticket to claim your prize.
And then try to do the winning at winning thing with us.
I like that. Winning the winning. Oh, how's my trade going? I got so excited. I forgot about this trade. Oh, man. It almost got the take profit by 4 points. I don't know. Do I book it early, you guys? Oh, I think I can get there.
You want to see something kind of weird, though? Let's see.
Do tell. DH Acquisition says, hold. Yeah, I do want to hodl. I want to hodl.
The VIX and here's a 3-minute. VIX is orange, NASDAQ is pink, and ES is green. They're all moving up right now. I do not like this. This is where I would be getting nervous. One of these things is going to change.
It
We'll
will
see.
change.
The Discord really wants the drop off of this level. I do too. I'm out of stuff. Let's get Terry booked, and then let's get the bears paid.
Oh, you guys, I do want to book it, but I just want to see it hit TP. Is that bad?
Come on, give us a push. Give us a push.
Mike said book it, book it. Okay, I'm gonna book it. I'm gonna book it. It's booked. Woo! It's booked. Yeah, it's a holiday. Let's just book it. Hold
this
forever.
kind of thing too is telling me stop pushing the button. So I'm gonna stop pushing the button.
Look at that pretty trade. I like that. I like to see.
I do think they're working on some I don't know, maybe a put lotto. We'll see. I'm not going to get involved with it. Again, the market ends early, and one of the reasons that I've moved over to futures for options trading, and from options trading for day trading for my little day moves, is because I don't want to mess with theta, and I don't want to be messing with time so much. So I'm running out of time. So that's why. That's what happens. You know, if you've traded indexes, I can't even talk today. You know, if you have traded options and you're in a option that's about to expire, you know that pain. And I think I kind of feel a little bit of that when we're getting towards the crunch of a half day. Because I'm like, oh boy, this time's running out on this.
Yeah. Yes. Because of all of everything you're saying in chat saying, I'm very glad I booked profits. It's okay. Basically I was giving up 20 points or so on a micro, and I got this really pretty move. So it's okay. Even if it shoots up another 100 points, I still feel good about this trade. Thanks, guys. Abhishek says, congratulations. Yes. It was a good trade.
A lot of people are big fans of the fib extensions. This is where, fib extensions are great. You have to look at anything that'll calculate the next. You're basically looking for pivots and quants at this point, which are going to take the calculations based off the most recent price action and give you a projection based on those percentages. And that's how I came up with this stuff too. These are, I don't remember which one I was using. I've been a little bit late to the computer in the mornings. I was probably rushing. I usually label these, but this will be a calculation up is how I got that 17 level. And this time of year, I'm basing calculations off of both contracts, so it's a little bit weird since we just rolled. I'm still looking at the June contract numbers a little bit. So, but this is all new all-time highs today. So call your boomer who told you to sell everything because the stock market was going to fall out and rub it in. No, don't do that.
Don't do that. You won't have very many friends if you do that. Okay. Yes.
Something about Russian. I don't know what I said. I'm not Russian. Do I sound Russian?
We love our boomers. I don't know if there are any boomers in chat and listening.
That's a little bit of an inside joke because I was telling about the boomer conversation I had on one of the streams or in the somewhere. But yeah, there's been a lot of fear that gets put out on social media. You may have to check on people in your family, make sure that they're not freaking out sometimes. This was like over the World War III news. I had family call me and be like, we need to sell everything, right? We need to sell everything. Like, I'm not selling. I just bought a bunch of stuff. I'm feeling good.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to check in, see if he sold. I told him not to.
Uh-oh. Raymond said, let's short. Oh, I'm done for the day now. But who knows? There could be more trades. So stay tuned, you guys. We have lots of great traders on deck for the rest of the day with MyFundedFutures. Yeah, so Barbie, last minute thoughts, words that you'd like to share with us before you go for a weekend. We won't see you till Monday.
So basically 3.5 day week. So let's enjoy it. I know a lot of new traders are always like, oh, I can't wait for the market to be back open. But I've changed my mindset on this. I think Terry commented on a little bit of this earlier, but I enjoy my time in the market and I enjoy my time out of the market, and having that mix and that balance is what makes this whole thing work. So get some nice time away from the charts so you can come back fresh, blow some stuff up for America.
Happy 4th. We'll see you on Monday. Thank you so much, Barbie.
You got it.
All right, let's welcome, I was going to say, let's welcome chat. Let's welcome Ash to the show. Come on down.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I spilled an entire cup of coffee, like full,
no.
all over right before we were about to start the show. I was like, oh no, it's all over the carpet. It spilled on my phone. Yeah. But it's okay. Show must go on. So I'll have to, I don't know, maybe hire a professional carpet cleaner to come.
Well, did you at least get a win? Can we balance that out with a win in the market?
Yes, I did get a win. So I hopped in with one micro NASDAQ because like right at the open to help prevent FOMO, I was thinking, okay, let's scale into this position. Let me get one on. And then if we get a good pullback, I will put on another and I'll risk 500 total on this trade no matter what. And I did use my $200 to $100 bracket on it. We didn't really get a good pullback. We did get a pullback to the 9 SMA, but I was kind of waiting for a bigger pullback to VWAP and we didn't get it. So I'm really glad I put on that micro because it got close to my TP. We did book profits early. Chat, I was like, do we book profits early? Like, what do we do? And yeah, I think consensus was like, yeah, just book it. It already so close to TP. It's a holiday, like the day before a holiday, half day. So I'm glad I did.
I really like the awareness of the risk there, right? Because we have NFP this morning. Price is moving much quicker than it normally does. So deciding to just take one con to start and then being okay with taking another con instead of instantly hopping into a full position. Seeing the speed of price this morning, that's a good form of risk management there instead of just putting the full position on.
Thank you. I'm learning. How was your morning? Did you take any trades?
I didn't take any trades. Non-farm payroll is actually one of the days I don't trade for that exact reason. Non-farm payroll and CPI are our most volatile events. So in my mind, I've always sat on the side of risk management. For example, like this would be the worst day to get something wrong, right? Like imagine your orders were slipped or you got, something wasn't executed because of how fast non-farm is moving. For that reason, I just don't even participate for the day. I'm sitting there thinking this is the worst day to get it wrong. Whereas a lot of people are usually saying, this could be the one, this could be the big winner. Or they always try to, utilize the non-farm payroll release to take advantage of volatility, essentially.
You're so good at the risk management, Ash. And I have to believe and just know that is part of such a big part of your success. It's like you're thinking risk first by not even taking trades today. You're like, okay, risk first. I'm a good risk manager.
It's leading to another payout too. We're going to end up getting another payout from the live account coming up here shortly. So
that's so awesome. Congratulations. I can't wait to see it.
It's done really well so far, and we just got to take it one day at a time and keep our risk managed. That's really all it comes down to.
Awesome. Well, I will let you go so you can grab the baton and run with your stream. Have a great weekend. Have a great weekend, chat. I will see you guys on Monday.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. What's up, chat? How's everybody doing today? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Another day, another chance to gain some more conviction. Another day, another chance to gain more data. How's everybody doing today? How's chat doing today? Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Lots of familiar faces over there in chat. Let's see, who is going to be celebrating 4th of July tomorrow? Throw the number 4 in chat if you'll be taking the day off to celebrate 4th of July. Everybody over here in the US usually has the day off for the holiday. Same reason why we will not have a live stream tomorrow. Same reason why there's early market closure. So I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of the market closure. MyFundedFutures does a phenomenal job sending out emails. You can see in the email that MyFundedFutures sent out, you can check all the closing times. Brooklyn Bridge location for the fireworks. That must be amazing. I could only imagine how well the New York City show is. So just be safe, be cautious. That sounds like an amazing time. Enjoy the fireworks. I will also be having some family and friends over. Nice time to reset, recharge, touch some grass. That way we can come back next week ready to conduct our business. But now let's move over to price. Let's see how everybody's doing today. Non-farm payroll doing the trick for us this morning. All the bulls staying in control. Love to see it. Love to see it. Who remembers during yesterday's segment where we started pointing to new all-time highs? We left off with some forecasting for moving forward, and the idea was ES reaching new all-time highs. So phenomenal job on the bias. Beautiful move today. Man, NQ, ES. NQ, first time ever over 23K. Another historic day. So amazing. Love to see the higher prices. The long-term bags are deep green now. That is very lovely. Right in time for 4th of July. So congratulations to all the bulls. Did anybody take advantage of the move higher this morning? Throw a 1 in chat if you were able to get some longs. Throw a 2 in chat if you did not trade this morning. See if anybody was able to take advantage of the action. What a move higher. Bunch of 1s. Let's go. Congratulations to all the people that caught the W. Bunch of 1s. Very nice. Very good job, everyone. Very good job. Well, where we're at now, the move already occurred, so I have no interest in touching anything today, just so everybody understands my point of view. We can go over an educational segment. We can go over questions and answers, but I'll be on the sidelines. I'll be waiting until next week. Again, tomorrow's closed. Tomorrow's not closed. Tomorrow's a bank holiday. The stream is closed, is what I should have said. Sorry for the mistake. Explain VWAP, please. I'm sorry. This is one of those questions that I have to defer to somebody else. Anytime I don't have the information, I have to defer to somebody else. I'm not going to give a low quality answer. I don't use VWAP, so I don't have the education behind VWAP. So I'm going to have to rightfully defer to somebody else that uses that information. Sorry about that. But congratulations to all the bulls today. What a move. Non-farm payroll. Almost no manipulation. They wanted to go right higher right off the news release. I mean, they instantly run this thing higher right off the news release. 60 points. Barely pulls back. And then after that, they just run it higher. Phenomenal. 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 So, who thinks we're going to remain bullish? Right now that we're at all-time highs, what are we going to do with this? Let's see who's going to remain bullish. Throw it in chat. If you're looking for continued bullish price action, or if you're becoming bearish because you're at all-time highs. So me personally, I'm going to remain bullish until otherwise. The market structure is going to have to decisively state otherwise for me to become bearish. So in my opinion, trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Therefore, I will wait for a clear and decisive end of the bullish trend before I become bearish. Okay? Gonna hand out a little golden nugget as well. Somebody from chat, do me a favor. Go look at the history of the market. Go look at the last time the monthly candle for the month of July closed red. Somebody in chat tell me what year was the last time the monthly candle for July closed red. Somebody tell me what year that was. Monthly candle for NQ. Never. Yeah, it never closed red. That would be nice. That would be very, very nice. $20.25, yeah, even better. Taking a look at the months of July here. Where I was going with that statement is July has a good track record. So even if you just go and take a look at like the past 5 Julys, only one of them closed red. Just go and take a look at how many times July closes red or green. And there's your golden nugget. So heading into July this year, let's see what we get. I'll leave you with that little golden nugget in terms of probabilities, because that's what we do here as risk managers. We're always viewing probabilities. So go take a look at the probabilities of the month of July closing green or red. So we're going to do some questions and answers during my segment. Once again, I have no bias or need to grab any position. I'm siding on the side of patience for today. Early market closures, I'd rather just wait for a payout. I'm currently available for a payout on my live account, so I'm just going to wait around for that instead of risking again. While we wait, we can do questions and answers during my segment. It could be anything about this business, anything about trading, mental or emotional intelligence. Is NQ and ES going to decouple again? I cannot tell the future. If you ever meet anybody that pretends like they know exactly what's going to happen, I highly suggest you walk the other way. I just don't have a crystal ball, so trying to predict the future is very low probability. I have no clue if that's going to happen. I'll be here waiting and watching. If it does happen, I'll analyze it, but I'm not going to sit here and try to predict the future. Ash, if you trade in a way that you have multiple setups And let's say you have 5 accounts. Would you prefer to use low risk and copy trade or increase the risk and trade one by one? I've copy traded before, so I'd prefer copy trading. Doing exactly what I'm doing right now with more capital will be a larger return. All right, so imagine having an 80% increase on a 10K account, right? That would be an $8,000 profit. Now imagine the same exact increase on a 100K account, right? So now you have a 100K account, an 80% increase on that is $80,000 of net profit. So same exact thing that I'm doing now, just with more capital. Do I listen to Ray Dalio? I don't listen to him, but I have read his book, Principles. The book Principles by Ray Dalio is a very good one. What time is the market closing today? So check your emails. MyFundedFutures sends out emails for the market closures. For example, right here, 4th of July, trading hours. Looks like July 3rd. So today, early closures at 1:05 p.m. It's right in the emails, right there. Do I give a risk management course? Yeah, so I do have my own community. Okay, it's called Unicorn University. People that look for a direct mentorship from me, they go to my premium Discord. We actually currently have a discount for it for the 4th of July. So if you want to check that out, it's right here. So it's right here. I'm also going to put it on my Twitter as well. Anybody that's looking for a discount. I also have the other socials. So if you're looking for anything free, the YouTube is completely free. Twitter as well. There's an entire unicorn model playlist on my YouTube. The @ for that is @_ash_trades_. So is chat in any positions? Are we still trading today? Or are you also sitting on the side of patience? Throw it in chat. Are you still looking for any trades? And if you are, what are we looking for the rest of today's session? Can you trade gold on MyFundedFutures? Yes, you can. If you go on the MyFundedFutures platform, if you go to the FAQs, you'll see a list of assets that you can trade. So just type it in. Check what symbols that you can trade, and there's an entire list for it. We have any unicorns today? No, this thing just ran higher right off the open. So I look to participate at New York Open, right? Here's New York Open right here. Notice how at New York Open, there's no breaker block. It just gets sent higher. They just ran this thing higher right off the open. So that is one of the reasons why, other than non-farm payroll, there's no risk to take here. It's a matter of falling in love with the process and allowing the results to be a byproduct of it. So if your model's not on the screen, don't force yourself upon price. Already out with TP. Very good job. Congrats, Emma. Love to get green. If you are green, it's your responsibility to stay green. So just make sure we're not over trading now then. Patience is a virtue. Yes, it truly is. The gold futures data is delayed for me. Make sure if you're on the MyFundedFutures platform, go to billing, go to subscriptions, then make sure your gold data is enabled. So make sure you have live data for the assets that you're using. In the MyFundedFutures platform, go to billings, go to subscriptions, make sure the data for commodities is turned on. Enabled, whatever it's called. Debating on shorting? No. I'm even if you are looking at that, I have no interest in it. We are very bullish, so there's just no reason to go against the trend. Rare day in which I was done at the open. Very good job. Short day on a short week. Even better. Very good. We are bullish. Yeah, I'm going to, like I said, trend is your friend until the end of the trend. So until price says otherwise, I'll let this thing keep floating higher. The long-term bags really appreciate it. Perfect way to go into 4th of July. Perfect way. So what are the plans for 4th of July? We're having a little barbecue, doing some fireworks after the barbecue. Who's got the best spots for fireworks? Colorado Springs, Brooklyn. So to move forward, let's also get another forecast going as well. Let's get another forecast going as well, just so we can stay on top of our information. Next thing that I'll be looking for in terms of understanding the next move is displacement, right? So I get out to the daily chart. The daily chart, I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. That's what helps me create a bias. Since we're currently at a swing high here on the daily, right? New all-time highs. Now I want to see if price is going to create FVGs here. So it is potentially creating an FVG here. We are potentially creating a displacement here. Understanding the presence of an FVG at swing points is very important to understand continuation. If we have an FVG formed here, then I will look for continuation. That's what I'm trying to say. Right, so this looks like continuation, whereas this looks like a reversal. Give me 2 seconds. Right, if we get a candle like this, right, a big upside down candle, this looks like a reversal. This looks like continuation. So if we get this, if the daily candle closure wants to close like this with a bullish FVG, then moving forward, I'll look for continuation higher. If after sweeping all-time highs, we get a huge reversal candle like this, where there's a big seller's wick and the body closes back below all-time highs, then that would be a moment in time where I would look for lower prices. Okay, so moving forward, I'm trying to help you understand the difference in identifying continuation or a reversal. A reversal would look like a big upside down candle like this. A continuation would look like a bullish FVG forming. So now moving forward, very good job for ES getting those new all-time highs, but we still got to keep conducting. We still got to keep analyzing. We still got to keep executing. So moving forward, we'll look to see if the daily candle can close up here. If it can close up here, I want to see if the daily FVG can get confirmed. If it does, then I'll look for continuation. If it does not, then that's insight to a reversal. Any questions on that? Feel free to throw it in chat if you have any questions on that, but we'll continue our during market analysis. We'll continue sharing the trades. We'll continue sharing our forecasts and what we're looking for moving forward. Very good job for ES hitting those new all-time highs. All right, so I got another 30 minutes left in my segment. Let's continue to keep throwing some questions and information in chat. We can go over them as we're waiting and watching. So as another way of saying happy 4th of July, there will be another code. This time I'm going to schedule it. We've had some surprises throughout the week, so this time I'll let you guys know when the code is going to come up. We'll put the code on the screen in another 5 minutes. All right, so we're scheduling the next code. That way everybody could be aware of it. We've done some surprises already. We've done some wheels already. This time we'll do a scheduled one. That way we just keep mixing it up, whether it's a surprise, a form, the wheel, whether it's a scheduled code. We'll keep mixing it up. So stick around for another 5 minutes. You'll see another code. I do have to say there's a bunch of people watching, so you definitely got to be ready. There's usually only 50 codes. There's over 800 people watching, so you're going to have to be quick. So there you go. Happy 4th of July. I already mentioned the discounts as well. Some amazing discounts going on currently. Take advantage of the lower prices if you can. So let's throw some more questions in the comments and chat. We'll continue to keep going over information during my segment. Get prepared for the code as well. Ash, apart from ES and NQ, which other markets do you trade the unicorn model? You can trade it in any market you want. You can trade it in crypto. You can trade it in commodities. You can trade it in currencies. You can trade it in futures. It doesn't matter what market you trade it. The model remains the same. It's just a personal preference of mine to only focus on NQ and ES. It's because I'm from the US. I'm on the East Coast. So the stock market opening at 9:30, it works best for my daily life. That's why I follow NQ and ES. There has been a rare amount of times that I've traded oil. Only about a handful of times, though. That's why you see oil on my list here. Okay. I really only trade NQ and ES, though. It's like 90% NQ, 5% ES, and like 1 or 2% oil. How does the code work? The code pops up on the screen right below my picture. You submit the code into the checkout where you complete the starting a challenge. You press apply code. You see if it works. If you get the code, complete the transaction. You just simply put the code in the apply code section of the transaction. It will pop up here on the screen shortly, and the first 50 people will be able to use it. Ash, how do you decide how much to take out with payouts and how much to leave for a buffer? Every time you're available for a payout, take it. Don't even think about the buffer. Let's put the money in your pocket. Doesn't matter what the dollar amount is. Accept the work that has been completed. Make a withdrawal because your income needs to be larger than your expenses. So it doesn't matter how much it is. I don't care about leaving a buffer. What I care about is the money going in my pocket. That's why we're all here. When you become available for a payout, take the entire payout. Truth be told, it literally takes one bad decision to ruin all of your hard work. And that's why I'm saying this. Like, take the full payout, because come tomorrow, if you blow that account, you just missed the payout you could have taken. So that's why I'm saying always take the payout. Always pay yourself. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to take a sip of water. Then I'll get back to the questions and comments. Right in time for the code. We got 50 free resets for a code lunch reset. 50 free resets using code lunch reset. Let's see who will be the first 50 people to get the reset. The code is lunch reset. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get the code. Happy 4th of July. Another giveaway. W, more W's. Got it. Let's go. Very happy for you guys. Congratulations to the winners. Nice little 4th of July present. Lots of W's. Amazing way to go into the holiday. Congratulations. Congratulations. Happy 4th of July. This thing just keeps running higher. Once again, any of those individuals that were trying to talk about shorts, just wouldn't stand in front of a moving train is literally what it comes down to. This thing has been very clearly decisive today. The market doesn't care about what you think. The market doesn't care about how you feel. Just because you want it to pull back doesn't mean it's going to. Okay, so be objective to price. Don't be subjective, right? Don't allow your opinion to influence your actions. Be objective to price. Read price from left to right. Analyze it objectively. So we got another 20 minutes or so before Tom's segment. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment. Tom actually inspired me to get a haircut. Tom looked so great yesterday that I had to go out and get a haircut right after that. I was like, wow. I mean, what am I doing? I need to look as good as this man. As we're waiting and watching, please do sub to the channel. Turn notifications on. That way you could be notified for when we go live again. Also, like the video while you're at it. We've been doing giveaways every single week. We've had special guests join the stream. All of our hosts have done a phenomenal job showing trades, providing education, providing value. We're going to continue to keep doing this every single week. If you're finding value in it, please do sub to the channel, like the video. So throw any questions or comments in chat as we're waiting and watching. If you want to go over any certain information, if you have any questions about this business, feel free to throw it in chat. Once again, I'll go over my top-down analysis. Actually, a question just came across, so let's do that first, and then I'll recap the top-down analysis. Ash, let's say you're on a starter account and you take all available money out and you lose the account, so no more buffer. How would you treat the next eval? Once again, process over results. Fall in love with the process. Allow the results to be a byproduct of it. The outcome does not determine your actions. Your actions should remain the same at all times, right? Your actions should remain the same before you start an eval. Your actions should remain the same during an eval. Your actions should remain the same after a loss. Your actions should remain the same after a win. Your actions should remain the same after a blown account. Your actions should remain the same after a payout. Your actions never change. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. Process over results. Right? If your process has an edge that has gotten you to a payout, after you've blown an account, if you focused on your process, you should be able to get to that payout again. That's what the edge is. Fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of it. Ash, if you don't see the unicorn model, you don't trade? No, if there's no model, then don't trade. A lot of people take a lot more trades than me. I'm not like everybody else where I'm taking 10, 20, 30 trades a day. I don't even take 10, 20, 30 trades in a week. I'm a firm believer in less is more, quality over quantity. For that reason, if my model's not appearing on the screen, I'll just stay flat. I'll just wait until it does. I don't need to be in a trade every single day. I don't need to be in a trade every single week. What I do need to do is complete the justifications to my actions, follow my plan, and when my plan occurs, execute with strict risk management. When it does not occur, then I have to have the mental and emotional awareness to be able to stay on the sidelines. Thanks for scheduling the code. I was finally able to get it. Congratulations. Yeah, just so you know, I want to schedule some. I want to make some a surprise. I want to do the wheel sometimes. I want to do the form sometimes. I think that we should keep mixing it up so that there's a variety of things, right? People can prepare for it, or people that are here in chat can get awarded for participating in chat, or we could do the forms, or we could do the wheel. We're going to keep changing it up. We've done multiple different things throughout the week. How long am I streaming today? My segment is always 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. So I'll be handing the mic over to Tom in about another 20 minutes. Monday to Friday, right here on MyFunded TV, 10:30 to 11:30, every single morning. I will be here. Just not tomorrow because it's a holiday. But every other week, we are ready to go. We're going to continue to keep relentlessly working and learning every single chance we can get. Sorry for any of the bears. This thing is still going higher. Just pure momentum this morning. Thank you, Ash. No, thank you guys and girls. It really is a pleasure to be around so many like-minded professionals. Being around other people sharing experiences, that allows us to get a lot more perspective. If we were to be doing this on our own, then we'd be limited to the experiences that we get for ourselves. But since we get to have this community, since we get to communicate and share ideas and experiences, we get so many more learning opportunities. Being able to review other people's information and other people's executions and talk about this logic, that provides a lot of value. A lot of perspective. So thank you as well. Ash, quick question. If you take a full payout in a sim funded, isn't your drawdown just $100 unless, yeah, if you're gonna withdraw all the way down to the buffer level, then yes, you'll only have $100 left over afterwards. That is correct. Yeah, if you're going to withdraw the entire buffer, then there is no buffer after the withdrawal. So we're sticking to the trend. The trend is our friend until the end of the trend. Just to recap our forecast here, what we're looking at moving forward. I left you all off with ES going to new all-time highs yesterday. That was the analysis that we forecasted for moving forward. Now that we've reached all-time highs, we're looking for trend continuation. I want to see if this FVG is developed here on the daily. If it is, then I'll continue to be bullish, continue to keep looking for higher prices. Ash, I got some cooking for you and Tom Sabo. Roman's the AI god, so if Roman comes up with another amazing AI picture, I would be greatly appreciating that. I've actually really enjoyed the first handful that you've already done. So thank you for sharing that with us. Make an AI image of Tom cutting Matt's hair or Ash's hair. For anybody that doesn't know, my name is also Matt, but we have a Matt on the show already, so we'll stick with Ash for me. So any other questions or comments? Again, feel free to throw any questions in there. Just hanging out with the community, not looking to take any risk. Completed my forecast already. We got a giveaway done as well. We mentioned the discounts as well. Many 4th of July discounts right now. Take advantage of them. The classic buy low, sell high. Got to be buying on discount. You recommend trading tomorrow? No. Bank holidays, there's certain days that I don't participate. Non-farm payroll, CPI, FOMC, bank holidays. Those are the days that I don't even consider taking any risk. You have no clue if there's going to be any volatility during a bank holiday or not. Sometimes it's just a barcode. I've spoke about it before, and I'll bring it up again. Having scheduled breaks in your routine is very important. That way you can have a healthy relation with risk. That way you're not over-risking. That way you're not getting burnt out. Okay, so develop some scheduled breaks, just like I just mentioned. Non-farm payroll, CPI, FOMC, bank holidays. It's a form of risk management. Right? If you know you're not going to trade, then there's no way you're going to lose any money that day. Low volume days are also recipes for spikes because more players can move the market. Potentially, Ethan. I don't know if I exactly believe in volume and players and whatnot, but I understand what you're saying. So anybody in any positions? Hopefully the individuals that were talking about the shorts did not hop in any shorts because this thing just keeps going higher. Anybody in any positions right now? I just took a short. Man, oh man. You guys are risky. Risque. This thing just keeps moving higher. I'm not sure why anybody would want to be shorting. Still in a long. The longs are, until proven otherwise, this thing just is running higher. So don't know why people are shorting. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Still in a long. That sounds like you're probably deep green. When did you get in long? QQ. When did you get into your long? Yeah, the 5 minute is bullish. I don't know what else to say. Trend is your friend. 23.52. Oh, you just hopped in the long. I was hoping you were long from like the open or something. Ash, so you recommend taking a payout up to the buffer, even if that means you have almost. So first of all, you have to understand that we're all independent thinkers here. Just because I'm responding to questions does not mean that's the right answer. People just come in and ask for opinions and I'm sharing them. That's what I would do. I would take the money every time the money becomes available to you. If you want to have a buffer after you take a payout so you can continue keep trading, please do make that decision. If that is the decision you would like to move forward with, then be my guest. But yes, I still stand by everything I'm saying. When you become available for a payout, take the entire payout, because the next day when you blow the account, you're going to be sitting there saying, wow, I wish I took that $1,000. I could have taken that $1,000. Why didn't I do that? That's why I'm saying that. So, instead of thinking in terms of euphoria, always think in terms of risk management. And in my opinion, right, if you think about the return on investment there, first of all, maybe I'll change the conversation to a different perspective. You currently buy on the discount right now. So the MyFundedFutures account is 50% off, and you get an account for, what is that, like $70, whatever it is. I don't even know what the correct number is. So please correct me. What's the cheapest account right now at MyFundedFutures? Throw it in chat. Do me a favor and throw that in chat. But point being, right, if you spend $70 for an eval and you get a chance to take a $1,200 payout, you guys understand the ROI on that, right? Like that's an incredible return on your money. So why would you not take your money? $50 for a starter. Now imagine if after spending $50, you're available for a $1,200 payout. What's the ROI on that? Somebody throw that in chat. What's the ROI on a $50 expense being turned into $1,200? You got to take that payout every time. Like, that's an incredible return. Got to be over 1,000 ROI. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. If you were in a cash account, imagine your cash account seeing a 1,000% ROI. That's insane. Got to take the money. Got to take the money. That's why we're here. That is the entire reason why we're trying to develop this skill. Thank you, Magnus. Once again, a reminder, the market closes at 1:05 Eastern. Okay? 1:05 Eastern, so less than 2 hours. The market will be closing in less than 2 hours. Make sure you're aware of the early market closures. Yeah, incredible deals right now. I mentioned it a couple times already. I'll mention it again. Take advantage of the deal. We're supposed to be buying on discount. I mean, that is just simple business terms. Buy low, sell high. 50% discount in MyFundedFutures is incredible. Should be buying on discount. Slowly but surely, this thing just keeps grinding higher. Nothing to do here but sit and watch this thing do what it wants to do. Incredible. What a move. Might get that expert again. In my opinion, the expert account is the best account on the market. No consistency rules that's exactly what you want. Got another 10 minutes here before the end of my segment, so feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. If there's any information you'd like to go over for the last 10 minutes, feel free to throw it in there. Does Expert have a payout cap? Yes, there's a sim-funded payout cap. Just throw that in the FAQs. That is, the information's readily available. Just go on their platform and check it out. Yes, you aren't going to get us the FOMO, so just come on back down. Thank you, CJ. That is exactly what we needed right now. Speak it into existence. That's exactly what we need. We are not going to FOMO right now. That's what CJ is saying. No FOMO. Tell ES to just come back on down so the Bulls can get another chance. Hi, Matt. Can you please help me? How come I can't trade gold? Once again, I mentioned it earlier. I believe I already responded to you. Go on to the dashboard of MyFundedFutures. Go to billings. Go to subscriptions. Make sure the real-time data for gold is turned on. Make sure it's enabled. Not sure if you saw the message, but I'm taking a payout on the wheel spin? No way. No way. You're taking a payout on one of the wheel spin accounts? Are you serious? Imagine the ROI on getting a payout from a giveaway account. Imagine that. Let's go, DH Acquisitions. Very good job. All the time and energy spent here, and now it's turning into payouts. I love to hear that. I love to hear that. Very good job. Give yourself a pat on the back. Take some credit. All the time and energy you're putting into your business is literally paying off now. Let's go. Very good job. No, the credit goes to you. I appreciate the kind comments, but the credit goes to you. You put the work in. You put the time in. You put the energy in. I'm just sitting here documenting my business and responding to questions. You're the one putting the focus in to develop a skill that nobody could take away from you. So congratulations and very good job. The credit goes to you, though. All right, I don't know if you guys are trolling me. Maybe it's just chat, but I've answered the question about gold like 10 times already. Please go to the dashboard. Make sure live data for gold is turned on. Go to billings, go to subscriptions. Ash, what's a gold? So, last couple minutes here. If you have any other questions or comments, feel free to throw in chat. I definitely want to take a moment to say happy 4th of July. For anybody that does participate here, for anybody that does celebrate, enjoy the time off. Enjoy the time with the family. I hope you have a wonderful holiday. Touch some grass, get some sun, do something good for the soul. That way we can reset and we can recharge. Hope everybody has a phenomenal 4th of July. We got another 5 minutes before I hand the mic over to Tom. So again, feel free to throw any last questions in here. Ash, if you exceed your consistency target on a trade, would you rather trade to lose and stay within your consistency target, or trade the other day with a focus on bigger profits? Once again, I know I'm just repeating myself. It's because this is how I truly look at the market. Process over results. Okay? You should be trading your model the same way every single time. Okay? Those consistency rules that you're talking about, don't allow them to change your trading model. You should have a model that you follow that strictly provides a game plan, outlines exactly how you're going to execute, and defines your risk management. Trade that same model every single time. The results are a byproduct. You have to focus on the process. Allow the results to be a byproduct. So now, for example, let's say you take your first trade and you're dealing with a 40% consistency rule, but your model gives you a huge win. So now your first win is, 100% of the profits. Then your second win, if you have the same type of win, then your profits will only be 50% of your total profits. Then if you have a third win, let's say you have 3 wins in a row because you traded your model the same exact way 3 times in a row. Well, then your profits would be down to 33% now. So see how the consistency rule shouldn't mean anything if you're trading your process, if you're focusing on your process and allowing the results to be a byproduct of it. Just focus on developing a very good edge and execute that model time and time again. You make us all more patient. Patience is truly a virtue, both on the charts and in real life. So become friends with delayed gratification. You'll find a lot of value there. So any last questions, chat? Any last questions until we start a long weekend? Any last questions? Should I use code ASH to get 50% off? Yes, absolutely. Please and thank you. Absolutely. Does the unicorn model work on all time frames? Yes, it does. You just got to understand the difference in execution. If you're going to take a unicorn model on the daily chart, you're going to have to hold that position for multiple days, maybe even weeks, maybe even months. Compare that to a 1-minute time frame, where if you take a trade on the 1-minute time frame, the results are going to be in within minutes or within an hour. So just know the difference in execution. Higher the time frame, the longer you're going to have to hold the position. All right, everyone. So that is the end of my segment. Once again, I just want to take a moment to say thank you to MyFundedFutures, say thank you to chat. It is quite the pleasure to be gaining value every single day, collecting data, getting to go over this logic, seeing trades, talking about education, doing giveaways. I'm just so grateful that we're able to be around other like-minded professionals. It really provides a lot of value. So happy 4th of July to everyone. I hope you all have a great holiday. Stay safe. Do something good for the soul. Get prepared for next week. We'll be here at the same time next week. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy 4th of July. and let's welcome Tom up onto the stage.
Hey everybody, we're back. Welcome. Good to see you guys again here at MyFunded TV. Ash, as always, was killing. It was everything is just super valuable information. Good to be back, everybody. And I'd like to start this with the quote from Captain James T. Kirk: "To boldly go when no one has gone before." All right, that's what I would say. Well, we are clearly at a place where no one has gone before except Starship Enterprise. Really, I mean, we are making history today, right? And by the way, I must say happy 4th of July for everybody. Well, we still have some topics. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. We're not finished. We're not done yet. Maybe the market is done with you. MyFunded TV is not done with you yet. So just stay. Welcome and good to see all the mods and hosts. Awesome segment there from Ash. Let's go. All right. So what is there to say? Like, what can we do? What can we do? I was not trading the London session. And so I actually, this time I am super happy about the fact that I was not trading this. I mean, look at the range. Usually I stream. There was no stream on my end today, but look at the range. It was like 30 points. Oh my God. I'm so grateful that I was not trading this London session. But anyway, news came out and here we are. My segment is going to be until 12:30, and then hopefully Matt comes around because he also has some absolutely valuable information as well. So we're just going to be a little bit chill, not much to do with this. One thing is for sure, I'm not going to take a long position, and I'm not going to take a short position. As we used to say, like it's too high to go long and too high to go short, actually. So we are really at places where we have never been before, just like ES. I mean, oh my gosh, let's not forget the Enterprise. So yeah, staying above 6,300, not looking for anything here. It's really just a coin toss. Huge red flag, in my opinion, to try to put on a trade under these conditions. Mr. Smith, currently neutral, 10 minutes. Okay. I hope many of you made some profits today. I really hope so. If you're in the green, then just stop it for today. That's what I would say. Obviously, you can follow up the price action. And I was looking gold a little bit, like gold futures, like 5% of the time, maybe I take a trade on gold, but usually not really. So try to stick with NQ most of the time. Roman Arts, hey. Yeah, we're just going to have a nice discussion. Obviously, we're just going to hang around and, I'll be happy to answer questions. I do have some great topics for today as well. We're not going to go full port. Okay, this is not that segment right now. I guess we're going to do that as well, but not today. And, I was actually thinking a lot lately in the past few days, because you guys know that I have I got hit 2 times with the daily loss limit on one of my funded accounts with MyFundedFutures, and that was a little bit of an emotional struggle for me. So, oh, he made an image. Guys, tag me there, and okay, I think I see it. Oh, way, man. Oh God, this is too good, man. This is too good. Okay, I get it. I'm gonna have to put this somewhere in my room. I don't know, but I love this. Let's have some fun. I love this. That's why we have awesome vibes here. That's why we're having awesome vibes. This is kind of cool. I mean, we better look at this instead of the charts, right? So, okay. This really made my day, Roman Arts. Thank you, man. Really. Wow, look at the haircut, man. Look at that. I actually have a ring there. So I usually don't have a ring, but I do appreciate the Z for BMW in the background. Nice unicorn there. Okay. I don't know. Is this planet Earth or is just something? Okay. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. I'm definitely going to save it. I love it. Okay. This is just amazing. Okay. So where was I? I needed this. I really needed this. Thank you. So, my gosh, what I want to say, I was having a bit of a dilemma here. So you guys know I got hit twice the daily loss limit on one of my MyFundedFutures funded accounts. And so that got me into a bit of an emotional struggle, or I don't know, roller coaster or whatever. So I was left with $150 something of drawdown. And so yesterday, that account has been blown up. It happened before. I'm not sure if it's not going to happen in the future, but that account is done. But I do have another account which got also hit with the daily loss limit earlier, but I managed to bring it back to a payout level. And I managed to get another funded account with MyFundedFutures, which is currently somewhere around $700 or $800 in profit. So I'm building that new account up. Now, I do look at the big picture in terms of the funded accounts, and I always talk about this, and this is why I'm going to just say this right now because I'm going to forget it later. Don't worry. My memory is still fine, but I think it's crucial and important because if you're trading on these prop accounts, and I talked about how you can rotate these funded accounts, you also have to think about risk management in terms of account management wise. Okay. Like if one account is pretty much down, but you're pretty much aiming for a payout, but you got struck with the daily loss limit or whatever, you got down to your mental stop limit, like you should be stopping for the day. I mean, the goal is to take payouts, is what I want to say. Okay. Take payouts as often as you can, keep the show rolling, keep the train going. That's the goal, to have cash flow. My God, finally it got to me. So cash flow, that's the goal. Keep a constant cash flow. Now I'm kind of rotating these accounts as much as I can. So I was thinking what to do here. I am eligible for $1,200 of payout. And to be honest, ever since now, MyFundedFutures just started out with this instant payout thing, I'm so hyped up. I'm actually, I can't sleep. So I have sleeping issues. My girlfriend asking me, what's the problem? I just keep staring the wall. I keep staring the wall. I'm just thinking. I'm just hearing noises from the outside world. And, I just keep thinking what to do. I take the payout or not take the payout. So actually, the final decision was made by Methodical Man today. So I was in his stream and I was asking, should I take the payout or not? And he said, we take everything we can. And you know what? I agree. I'm already building up the other account, which is a new account with MyFundedFutures. I'm going to be left with only a few $100 of drawdown, but I'm going to bite the bullet. So I decided to do this because I already bought a Starter Plus account. I'm comfortable right now with the Starter Plus, but I'm going to have an expert too. So I'm going to bite the bullet. I'm going to request a payout here live on stream, and I'm going to be only left with a small drawdown. I don't care. I'm going to build a new account and the other one. So working on the new accounts as well. Guys, I need money to buy new accounts. So right now, this is going to be some sort of a account-wise risk management. So having said that, let's just go over to the payout request page. As you can see right here, we're going to do this live. So I am so hyped up. I've been told that I can get a payout in just a few seconds. I don't know. So I guess there's one way to find out. Okay, let's find out. Yes, I know I'm gonna be forced with the drawdown. I'm gonna take the maximum payout. Oh, that's not zero. I'm gonna take the maximum payout here live on stream. Request payout. Yes. Okay. Requested the payout. I just got what? I got the email. Jesus, I'm going to show you this, guys. I don't know where to put this. I just got this right now. Your payout has been what? Payout request has been. This is not approval. Oh, I guess it got approved, but the payout has been. The request has been received, and I just hope that I'm gonna get it. So that's how we're doing it. Requested it and doing it live on stream. Oh man, what a day, right? What a day. Yeah, I got the email that, oh yeah, request has been received, and I'm going to check the account balance, by the way, because I haven't checked it. Okay, it's got deducted. Okay, it's got deducted, so actually it happened. It's just my Gmail account, I guess, which is super slow this morning. But anyway, I should be having it shortly. So the account has been deducted. I haven't checked it immediately, but the balance has been deducted. Requested the payout. Awesome thing. We love it. So $1,200. We need that. We took a payout last month on the 14th or something. I don't know. I think it was June 14, whatever. So I was hoping that I can get two payouts on the two more payouts under 30 days. So the account has been blown up, but I'm working on the new account. Don't worry, we still have time. So at least, $2,400 from two starter accounts. That is actually very good, right? So we do love that. And so that's what I have decided to do. And I forgot what I wanted to say. Oh, on Discord. It's on Discord, right? Am I on Discord right now? Oh, I'm not logged into my Discord, man. I'm not logged into my Discord currently. Okay, so it's on Discord. It has been approved then. Sorry, I was just thinking that maybe it's the email. But now we know it was automatically on the Discord. That is super awesome. That is super awesome. Let me just log in here. And we're going to check the payout feed. Got to make sure, payout proof, payout feed. Maybe it's not there yet. Oh, I haven't checked on Rise yet, but I'm sure it will be there soon. Don't worry. Anyway, I'm going to log in there. Don't worry. Because it's usually fast. Emails are actually slower, but I know it's been deducted from my account, so it has been done. But what I want to say is that this decision was basically part of like the account management thing, and I actually think I made the right decision because I am going to focus on the new account anyway. And so what I'm going to do is build up that account, obviously, to the next payout and, fresh start in July. And that's how we're going to do it, right? That's the goal. That is the goal. Okay. Let me just see this. Okay, so I do have the topics. It's going to be there, I'm sure, because it has been deducted from the account. So I'm 100% positive It has been deducted. So that was super fast, actually. That was really fast. Okay, so I wanted to talk about risk management again because I got some great questions yesterday on my stream too. And again, let me just state that if you guys are looking to take long positions, I wouldn't. It's just too high to do anything. There's just nothing happening. Thank you, Magnus. Thank you. And so obviously at this point, especially because knowing that the market is going to close earlier, what you can do is just look back and check your trades, do the journaling and all that stuff. So hold on, I'm just checking something here. Yeah, I got it. All right. And it resets this segment. There's gonna be something. There's something is cooking in the background, so stay tuned. All I can tell you. Definitely, I agree, Kate. MyFundedFutures is definitely raising up the bar, and this is just super awesome. So I got some questions. As I said, emotional discipline versus technical knowledge. So I think it's quite important because most traders usually don't fail because of technical skills, because of the lack of technical skills. I think everybody can learn all the entries, all the concepts, let it be like the most popular strategies out there. That's not something that's responsible for any failure. When we talk about failure in a specific day or in a specific time period, when you have a losing streak, it's usually has to do because of the emotional discipline, right? So they fail because they can't control their emotions when it actually matters the most. It's not about how many setups, it's about what do you do in the moment. So controlling yourself in that moment is what really matters. And that's why we can talk all day and night about the best ICT unicorn models and setups and the 2022 entry model or whatever. It's just not going to be that's not going to be the answer to that question. And all I can tell you guys regarding the code, because everybody keep asking, just stick around and we will see. Wink. Okay, so I'm not using order flow. And I don't really know too much about order flow. So I started to dive into it, but I never really used it. But anyway, it's about emotional discipline. And we touched this topic a few days ago. It's still very important. I think it's always going to be more important than the strategy itself, right? Yeah, Kishan. So stick around. So yeah, it's about what you do at the moment. Now, technical knowledge is a very example. It's the what you need to look for, right? You need to look for the chart patterns, the price levels, indicators, risk reward management, market structure. That is something like everybody can learn. Like there's a saying, I don't know, I can't really translate it from Hungarian because there's an old Hungarian saying for this. I'm not sure I can express it in English, but the main thing is those things are the easy part. 5 or 10% of the whole game is the strategy. And then comes the emotional discipline, which equals to the how. Emotional discipline equals the how. Like following your plan after a loss. That's a breaking point. So I'm just going to talk about these breaking points and, not really going to go super deep into each and every point, but following your plan after a loss. How hard is it for you to follow your plan after a loss? That's also a make or break point, right? What do you do after a loss? How hard is it for you to continue? And, that raises some extra questions like, what big of a loss is that? Or how small of a loss is that? So because I risk small, usually, I'm not really, freaking out of a trade when I lose about like $200 on a 50K funded account, right? That is something I can still handle. And as I said, that's also a breaking point or making point. If you can move on easily. So if you're asking yourself the question after, for example, on whatever is the time you trade and you start with the loss, because we also talked about that the first trade can also be, and that's also freaking out a lot of traders, including me as well sometimes, especially if your first trade is a loss. What are you feeling after that? Can you continue moving on with your risk management, or are you going to do something crazy? Like, for example, double the size or do some degen stuff and DCA. I'm not saying you cannot make money on extreme DCAing. Yes, you can, because there is proof that it's possible, but the odds and the chances are going to be definitely against you. So what do you do after that loss? So the next one is not chasing missed trades. So that's the second thing, right? Not chasing missed trades. Now, obviously, this also raises some extra questions, right? DH, hey there. If that's for me, I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good too. Simon Simantov, sorry, just stick around. There will be something, okay? There will be codes. Don't worry, there will be codes. DCA means dollar cost average, basically, officially, but we can call it degen trading as well. That's the unofficial thing. But dollar cost averaging, which you just keep adding to your losing trade, averaging out your position, and we're going to talk about that too. And so not chasing missed trades. That's also an emotional discipline. I would say these points are also emotional edge points in your trading, right? So following your plan after a loss. Actually, I do have it on my screen here. No, I'm not going to type it out there. So following your plan after a loss, that's an emotional edge, okay? Second, not chasing missed trades. Like many of us, including myself, I do a lot of mistakes when I try to chase it, right? How control overtrading bad habits? ICE. It's actually on my list, so I'll be back there to that question. Thank you for asking, ICE. So, what I want to say is, if you already see the move is gone, and even if you have your levels outlined, now I always say this, if the risk to reward ratio is negative, and I'm not saying you cannot make money on a negative risk to reward ratio. My criteria, one of my check marks, is if the risk to reward ratio is in a negative territory, that's just a no-go. I should not enter that trade. Now, if it already went up there, for example, let's just take this 23K. Like everybody was, oh my God, we're going 23K, let's go. And, the optimal entry maybe, for example, would have been, let me just say, that was the 9:30 open. Let's just say there's a 5-minute gap here. I mean, this could have been an optimal entry. Boom. And instead, you were just overthinking, second guessing yourself, just watching the train leaving the station. And then finally you decided to get in at 977. Yeah, this time you could have gotten lucky. I mean, you were lucky if you got in here, but this is actually building bad habits, except if you're a scalper and you know what to do and you have a very tight stop. DH, what's your trading goals for the year? My goal for the year, well, I have goals for profit wise as well, and like trading wise as well. And because, well, it's a little bit more complicated. My goal is actually to keep my average payouts above my net payouts, above what I spend on evaluation accounts, to keep it above 10K. So like net 10K profit or more this year per month would be awesome. Now, last month and May, I achieved that. I don't know what's going to be this month, but I tried to keep up with that and obviously scale it up more and more. And that's why I rotate these accounts. Hold on. Let me just get this off here. So that is something I'm looking for, trying to scale up, but it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take weeks or months for me, and that's why emotionally it hit me a little bit harder that I was having this issue with the daily loss limit, especially on that account that I was keeping so nicely for almost a month. Well, actually for 3 weeks in the green. I just couldn't. I mean, I guess I can say I got tilted on that account. But anyway, how many accounts? Well, I would say I would always keep a few accounts on the shelf, but focusing on 3 or 4 accounts would be awesome. I mean, that's enough. I'm not really aiming into copy trading. Also, the goal would be, I think it would be easier to achieve, and that's why I'm going to go with the expert accounts. If I would build up more buffer, right? So now I know I should be aiming to build up more buffer. That should be an excellent goal. And I think that would be something that could help me to maintain that minimum net 10K or above profits per month, right? So that's a good plan. I mean, that's something which is within reasonable expectations by the end of the year. So I'm just gonna look into that, and that's how it's gonna go. So again, back to those 2 things: following your plan after the loss. Can you do it, or how hard is it for you to do? I think that is an emotional edge or breaking point, right? The other one, not chasing the missed trades. Bad habits can be happening if you're chasing the price. As far as I look back on my trading results, the most losses and tilt sessions and account blown ups were happening when I was chasing price. Really, no troll. That really happened the most. I mean, that was that caused most of my tilt sessions when I started to chase the price. Whenever it got close to a certain high or low, I thought, okay, this is just going to go through, and I just jump in with a heavier position, and it immediately goes against me, right? I hate that. That feeling is something I really want to avoid. But obviously, greed sometimes is stronger. You see that the target is so close, it's like 10 points. Oh my God, we can get that 10 points. And actually, this is the way I got to my daily loss limit on one of these funded accounts. I was like, man, I was literally like 12 points away from a low. I don't even remember. I don't want to remember. It was so bad. So I just want to say, stick around for the codes. I can confirm that. Watch the screen. Who knows? That's all I can tell you. Yes, Jan, I can confirm, but it's a secret. Okay. So stick around. Gotta be ready. And that's all I can tell you at this point. So chasing trades. Okay, emotional edge. And let's go to the next one. Cutting losers fast. Like cutting those losses even when it hurts. Oh my God, that is such a huge one, right? Third key point. Cutting your losses even when it hurts. Again, that is something that's going to put you I don't think so, Kishan, but I think it's gonna be Starter Plus. accounts giveaway. Okay. It's gonna be Starter Plus, as far as I can tell. So let's just look at the screen, everybody. Happy 4th of July, I must say again, because we are having such an amazing segment here. So come on, everybody. You know what to do. You know what to do. Let's go. You can't say I was not helping you and hinting some information there. Okay? Come on. I got to drink because this is, man, the tension is so high. Everybody, you know what to do. Rush to MyFundedFutures. You have to already be there, you know. We need W's in the chat. Let's go. Congratulations, by the way, to the winners. Come on. I would like to see those people in the chat who got it. Okay. We would like to see those names. 25K, 50K, I think. Got it. All right. TT got it. Neha got it. All right. Didn't work. 25, 50Ks, yeah. Go for the 50Ks. For resets, Jan, I don't know anything else to say. Maybe in Matt's segment, who knows? I cannot confirm that. So, but anyway, you guys are awesome. Congratulations for the win. And so, getting back to these topics, guys, I shouldn't do that. Maybe I'm gonna get some bad, you know. Some punishment maybe. So anyway, telling people when they're about to. Okay, let's just move on because it's a secret. Okay, move on to the next thing. So I was saying cutting your losses fast. That is also an emotional edge. Okay, that is 3 things now. This is gold, guys, by the way. If you learn how to overcome these obstacles, then actually it's going to make much easier for you to go with your strategy. Now, I know that I used to say that I put on the trades, and so I do different kind of risk management, okay? I told this many times that when I put on the trade, and I was reading this from Mark Douglas, and I stick by that as much as I can, but not as much as I need it to be. So when I put on the trade, I put on my stop loss and my TP, and my perfect risk management would be just to leave it and not mess around, even not cutting the trade. So I talked about this. I'm just going to barely touch this segment again. Like usually when I cut my losses early, which can also be very helpful because it's going to smooth out your equity curve, right? So if I cut my losses early or move my stop loss early, and I got stopped earlier or not the original level I was looking for, and then when I see the market going right, like turning, I guess it never happened to any one of you guys before, right? You're cutting your trade and then goes immediately to your target. Like that's such a bad feeling. I don't really like it. I hate the FOMO, and I told you guys that I so much hate the FOMO that I would even take 2 full stop losses instead of 1 FOMO trade than just sitting on the sidelines and watching my level that I was anticipating and doing my analysis like before the session, and it's just keep watching the trade going into my level and just sitting on the sidelines after cutting my stop, my trade basically. Now it's actually kind of like the same thing, sticking to your risk management. We can say, if you're not cutting your losses fast, this would apply for scalpers most likely, but instead of this 3rd rule, I guess you can say like sticking to your risk management. Okay. So once you made peace with your stop and with your take profit level, that's it. You are done. You are basically, then comes the easy part, right? I mean, it sounds easy, but it's not easy. You just sit back, relax, like you can do something like sit back like this on your chair and, have some, drink something maybe, and just relax and watch your trade happening, right? That's what you should do. Now, that's why I don't really like to mess around with my stop usually. Jackie, hey, when you enter a trade, do you use market orders or limit stop loss? I would say 50-50. 50-50 because, well, if the market is moving fast and if my entry is on the 1 minute chart, then I might just have to enter with the market order. Now, having said that, Jackie, I would say don't worry about entering with the market order if your risk to reward is still good. Even if you missed your perfect entry, now I would just say this, like, you don't need to look for your 100% precise surgical entry, right? You don't have to chase it, okay? But you're welcome, DH. So as long as your risk to reward ratio is still good, a market order will still do it. Obviously, if the market is moving super fast, like, I think it was in April when it was like making 150 points on the 1 minute chart in the London session, then the market execution can slip you like, oh my God, even the limit orders. So what would you take, 100K starter plus or 50K expert? 50K expert. Pigeon, 50K expert, especially because, with this deal right now, the expert accounts are super awesome, like the best price, really. There's basically everything. You can do everything. I mean, sorta, right? But you can do whatever you like. Expert accounts gives you so much freedom in trading, and especially if you haven't used up your 50% discount, go for the expert accounts. And even if you have used it up, I think there's a 15% promo until the end of July by MyFundedFutures. Still, I would choose the 50K expert over 100K. Not because I'm saying the 100K is bad. The thing is, my brain is pretty much wired onto the 50K accounts, and that's why. Experts all the way. Planning to buy one. Let's go, Pigeon. Go for it. You need to get this. I blow one of them, so can you give a reset? I can't, Jan. I wish I could. But that's not my department. And I know MyFundedFutures has an awesome staff and the hosts and the mods. So, let's hope that they will do reset codes as well. But I can't really decide this. So it's not my department. So we'll see. But I can tell you that you need to stick around with Matt as well. Who knows what's going to happen? And I cannot say anything about this anymore. Okay. So no, in this segment, nothing more. Okay. But stick around. Who knows? Okay. But I'm going to zip it now because I'm talking too much about secrets here. Okay. I can't tell you. I have an NDA. I can't tell you, man. Okay. Stick around. You got to be here. We're addicted to MyFunded TV. What was your lowest day Tell me, what was your lowest day profit? Well, lowest day profit, I mean, when I lost the most I lost in a day, if that's what you're asking. Lowest day profit. Well, NTH, no, non-disclosure agreement. So my biggest loss in a day on funded accounts, it was multiple funded accounts while I was copy trading, and those accounts were in the safety above it was in the buffers all over my buffer zone. So not the losses, like it's green day, but very low profit. What was it? $7 maybe, $3, $0 maybe. I think I ended a few days, and it happened quite a few times, so I cannot really tell you exactly, Pigeon, but I do remember that I ended up days with multiple accounts. Each and every one had like $1 or $2 in profit. So basically went down to break even. I was in profit, but then went back down. I cannot do that, Oan. Sorry. But by the way, my biggest loss on funded accounts because of copy trading in one single day was, and I usually go, I use multiple prop firms, but the thing is, my biggest loss was almost $6,000, and those accounts were at payout level. So that 6K went down. It's not technically, it's not that much as I've seen it on social media of how big players are rolling with accounts. I would say that I'm still keeping it relatively small, but that actually hurt me a lot. That was really hurting me because I was so much looking for that money, and so seeing it go down the drain, it was like 10 minutes as it went down. But anyway, it is what it is. So let's just go back to these topics. Emotional edge again. And I think this is the most crucial part we need to talk about, right? I know, Varun, I don't think we can do that currently, but okay, so I was just reading some stuff. So anyway, back to the previous topic. Green Day. Yeah, just a few dollars. Just a few dollars, Pigeon. Just a few dollars. That's all. What do you think about 150K starter plus? That's a good price. And absolutely a good account. No consistency on the funded there. So definitely go for it. I think it's still an excellent deal. All these accounts are good. Obviously, the best thing you can get is with the expert accounts. So talking about the emotional edge. So cutting losses fast. Now, that being said, you can replace this by applying to your risk management rules. Now, my rule would be, if I would be holding on to it every single time, is to put on the trade and just leave it as it is, right? Don't do anything else. Don't mess with the stop. Don't mess with the take profit. Just leave it. And, it's going to be a winner either way. I told you why. Because it's going to tell you if your analysis was correct or not. But you actually win over the market even when you lose because you followed your risk management. Okay. Anyway, that was the third point of emotional edge, which I think is absolutely important as well. Okay. The next one, which is going to be the fourth one, is not adding to a loser out of hope. Now, I know we have to stretch this point out a little bit more. I'm not saying do not add to a losing trade. Okay, I'm not saying never ever add to a losing trade. But obviously, if that trade is as by far went over some certain limits, in price, like you're in a long position and suddenly the price just goes through a swing low and you're still hoping that it will turn around while it clearly shows you the signs that, oh my God, it's just going to break down much, much lower. And you're still kind of hoping that, oh no, I just need a small bounce and we're going to give, I'm going to give some more contracts to this position because all I need, I'm already in with three minis. Let's just add one more mini or maybe two more, because then all I need is just 10 points to bounce up and we're going to make it back. Now, if your goal on a losing trade, if you're on a losing trade and you keep adding to the position, obviously you can, I'm not saying it's a bad risk, but once you have a stop level, like you have a balance already, you have a safety net already, you have a healthy buffer zone, you already know how much heat can you take on the account. So for example, if you already have like, it doesn't really matter which account, you have like $10,000 in a safety net or buffer, and you say like, okay, I'm not going to go $200 of risk like this Tom guy is talking all over the place in My Funded TV, because I like to risk $1,000. Cool. You can add multiple contracts to that position. If it's still within your risk parameters, guys, I'm just stuttering again. I don't know why. So if it's still within your risk parameters, and if it's still within reasonable levels, that's fine to take some heat. Okay. But once it gets through some levels, so if your buffer zone is already being burned up by the drawdown, like most of it, and you keep adding to the position because you're just waiting for the market to pop up like, I don't know, 10 points on the mini, and you're just doing it, when you're really, just starting to lose hope, and you're just getting over the whole situation, and you just keep adding to it. There's just one thing that you're hoping for, is that you're going to get to break even, hopefully. Oh man, I'm just going to give 2 more contracts to the trade, and let's just hope I can get out with a break even, right? Let's just hope. Let's hope so. That's not good. That's not an emotional edge. Okay. So let's just go back to that point. Let me read this out again. Not adding to a losing trade or a loser out of hope. Okay. So again, if it's already above or below that level, that would be your, I would say, a turning point in the market. And you're already eating up your buffer zone too much. I mean, much more than you have, usually would let your trade to go against you. That is something that's the point when you should not add more. Actually, you need to cut that trade, right? Mr. Smith, so will the market makers dump before early close? I don't think so. I don't think. If I would have to bet, but this is just a guess, I don't think there's going to be a dumpage here. It's just going to go sideways, and that's it. There's nothing to do, guys, with this market. But I'm really enjoyed the conversation because we have good questions. My YouTube, Jebus, is here, upper right corner. You can see my YouTube handle, youtube.com/ what is this sign called in English? @ Tom Sabo Biz. And I'm also on X, Tom Sabo Biz. Tomorrow, on Friday, I'm not sure how I'm going to do the London stream. Obviously, the market is going to go sideways, I think. So there might be a short London stream. I stream twice a day, London, 2 a.m. Eastern Standard, and the market open at 9:30. So you're welcome to join. We do have some fun in the streams and some crazy stuff going on there. Don't worry. It's not anyway. So it's a good community. You're welcome to join. And so, having said that, that was the fourth thing. Now, the fifth one is actually the most simple one, which we talked every single day, and it's just so simple. Stopping after a daily maximum loss limit. Okay. Now you say, oh man, we heard that. We keep hearing that every time, everywhere. But actually, that would be my fifth key emotional edge point, like stop after a certain daily loss. Now, I told you guys the other day, I got hit twice the daily loss limit on 2 accounts. Now, obviously, I have multiple funded accounts. And I was really, how should I put this? I was really a little bit struggling emotionally, especially because I was here and I wanted to tell you guys all about it in My Funded TV. And I will keep this journey super transparent to you guys because I want to take more and more payouts with My Funded Futures. And I want to get to the live account, whatever it takes, like Captain America said in the Avengers, with the same attitude, fist bump everybody with the chat. And I'm just going to look into the camera and I'm going to say, like Steve Rogers said to the others, whatever it takes. Okay, whatever it takes. I don't care. Whatever it takes, man. We're going to get to that live account. Okay. So that's why I decided Okay, so that thing was also kind of like a risk management technique. While if you have multiple accounts, multiple funded accounts, and you see that, oh my gosh, I was actually copy trading that account. So actually one more red flag of why I should not be copy trading funded accounts, right? Because I don't really need like 10 or 20. I mean, 10, no, I don't need that many funded accounts. So when that happened, I already knew I'm done. I'm done for the day. And that's also a risk management technique, right? Like that's a daily loss limit for me. That is actually, I actually broke my own rule because usually I should not go over on a 50K funded account, especially when I'm not at my comfortable buffer zone. I should not be going over like $600 or $700 per each account, because I always keep saying that. And usually, by the way, if I look back for the past few months, I tend to keep myself onto that rule, but sometimes, and it's unfortunate that it happened with the MyFundedFuture funded accounts, I do make mistakes as well. And of course, the goal and the journey is all about, overcoming these obstacles, right? So it happened, but I knew it then that, okay, this is it. So again, let me just say that again. The fifth, maybe the most important thing, is stop after a daily max loss limit. So let's just go over real quick again on these emotional edge rules, okay? Following your plan after a loss, very hard. I know. It's not that hard if you risk small. And that's why I switched to micros, okay? So go with micros. It's going to be easier to apply this rule, okay? So that this actually should be easy if you decide to go small size, all right? But this definitely counts. This is also very crucial. So that's number one. Second, not chasing missed trades, especially if your risk to reward is pretty much in the negative territory. And I'm not saying again, because I do respect those traders, because I know there are pros who are making a bunch of money with their negative risk to reward ratio. But I think especially if you are, just starting out with prop firms, or your trading journey, you're just at the starting point of your trading journey, or you're looking for your first payouts. Maybe you got a payout already, or you just had a couple of payouts. I would say that keep yourself in a positive risk to reward territory. Anyway, so many ways to do this, but I'm just saying those things that worked for me. Okay, so that's number two. Number three, cutting the losses fast, even when it hurts, or you can replace it by applying to your predetermined risk management rules. Just as important, right? So, Tiger Sleep, thank you for the comment there. I do love these topics too. I do love to talk about the mindset of the trading mindset thing, because this is the thing that actually is going to help you to become better. And I'm saying we all know the strategies, and it's cool. I'm actually always testing indicators. I'm looking into stuff, but I'm keeping myself onto the same thing every day. So it's not about the strategy. It's always going to come down to risk management. Okay, so that was the third thing. The third thing. I'm telling you guys, I'm stuttering. Cutting your losses fast, or you can replace this rule by, I do like the thing that I should not be messing with my trade. Predetermine your loss and your profit levels, and just don't mess around with your trade, right? And number four, not adding to a losing trade out of hope. All right. And that goes for the DCA thing. So again, DCAing is not bad. I used to add to losing trades. And I'm not losing trades because, for example, let's just take this example for this one. If I'm aiming for that 23K level, and And for example, let me go to the 1 minute chart here, and this will be a good example. Okay. Now, I watched the market skyrocket at the 9:30 open. I want to get on the train before we reach the 23K. So I kind of wait for a bit of a pullback into the 1 minute fair value gap. And I say, okay, let's add the small position because it's cool. Then I have a plan already outlined that, okay, I do see a gap on the 5 minute too. So if it goes down to the 5 minute, I can still add to the position somewhere around here. So I'm just going to add one more, and that's going to average out. And my stop loss is still going to be, I don't know, somewhere in this region. Okay. So you can add to your trade once it still has a potential good risk to reward ratio, and you're not risking more than you should on that specific account that you trade. Okay. And again, stopping after a daily maximum limit, I would say that could be the most crucial of all, right? That is very, very important. So these were the things I wanted to talk about with you guys. Emotional edge. I think these rules were crucial. I hope you guys liked it. And obviously, in a few minutes we have Matt. So I know you guys love Matt, and lots of valuable information. So stick around. And thank you, Magnus, and everybody. If you guys have a quick question for me, I'd be happy to answer. I still have 1 or 2 minutes here, but I hope you liked it, because I'm always, eager to talk about this kind of stuff. Like, I can tell you, of course, day and night about these zones, but right now that the market is practically unplugged, I think it's a good time to talk about these things too, because actually this is what it's about. Okay. So how do I mock people like you? Well, there's a step-by-step rule to that too, and I can tell you all about it in my channel. So what do you do on your free time? I like to drive my car. No, really, by the way, this is a small thing. I do love to drive around the city. I do have some nice places. I turn on the music. I really do love driving. I turn on the music. I go and visit some places. There's a nice river not too far from here. There's some nice beach there. Have a drink or something. Obviously, no alcohol while driving, but I do like that. And yeah, just go see places. Touch some grass. Pineapples on pizza, yes or no? No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't say yes. I can't say yes. Okay, so that's it. But yeah, we are gonna do that. If you visit my stream, I'm gonna give you a small hint. I'm gonna bring my laptop to the garage, and we're gonna do a stream next to the car, next from the car. Sorry. So that's gonna be cool. Yeah, and yeah. So thank you for the questions, everybody. Let me just see. Okay, I'm just have the information that Matt is gonna be late, like 2 or 3 minutes. So that's awesome. I mean, no, obviously we need Matt, but we still have more time here. So that's cool. Romanars, thank you for the comment. So I'm still happy to answer, like, ask away. I'm happy, to give you some answers, and we have such a chill time here. Markets are already dead anyway, so I love you all too. Okay. Day drinking drunk? No, actually, you know what? I cannot remember when I was drunk last time. I can tell you that last time I was drunk, it was 9 years ago. 9 years ago when I was drunk last time. I'm not really drinking anything. Like, maybe on the holidays with the family, I have just a small shot of spirit or something. And Pigeon, sorry, I missed your question. I'm scrolling up and down here, but I can't find it. Oh, I can't find it, man. I can't type it again. So I don't really drink, but maybe when I was younger, we were having some good parties, but that time is over. Yeah. Yeah, for haircut. Oh yeah, I will, Abhishek. Imagine. Okay, I will. Raj, don't drink alone. Like that's. I mean, yeah. Thank you so much. Life with 12 I love dogs too. My strategy, well, basically, in a nutshell, I use order blocks or supply and demand zones as target, and my entry is the 2022 ICT YouTube model. So these are the two things I use. So I need a target. The target is always the order block or the supply and demand zone, and the entry is the ICT 2022 entry. Now, all I do is just watching price action and trying to figure out if it's starting to go into that direction or not. And whenever I see that continuation, not maybe a unicorn reversal, but as just a continuation with a fair value gap, I just jump in. So, I need to, I need to smile and I like to smile. Why not stay positive, So we need to. That's the only way we can do it. Yes, exactly. So the Starship Enterprise represents, like the market has never been here before. And actually, during my stream, we were trying to figure out if the market is going to go and reach the Enterprise, but it didn't. Or did it? Well, almost. It went for it. Moro, I'm not sure I can give you an example now because Matt can come in any moment. So that would take, okay, Matt is here, I think. So guys, I just want to say thank you. If you guys want to know more about my strategy, visit me on my channel. I'm going to be streaming hopefully tomorrow as well, but tomorrow is going to be kind of crazy. We'll see. So Matt is here. I'm just going to say thank you again for this awesome segment. Excellent questions, good topics, awesome vibe. Happy 4th of July, everybody. Go out, touch grass, don't drink too much, okay? And have a good time with family and friends. So that's what I can tell. It's having a good time here, everybody. So tomorrow, no MyFunded TV. We'll be back on Monday. Yeah, I think. So thank you. We are just going to wait for Matt to take over. And you can see my handsome face until we do the switch, right? And we're going to put the Starship Enterprise like somewhere here. It's much better, right?
What's up? Oh, did we get a chance to say goodbye? Goodbye, Tom. W's in chat for Tom, you guys. Thanks for that awesome intro here. It's funny because Tom has glasses. I have glasses. He was sitting a certain way. So I was trying to, I could see what his screen looked like. So I was trying to sit exactly the same way. That way, when I appeared and he appeared, we looked identical. Sometimes I just do the dumbest things. But we didn't get a chance to say goodbye, but we love Tom and have a great, happy holiday, buddy. You guys don't get to follow him. Welcome. We got 30 minutes till this market closes. And boy, do we have another amazing bullish day to the upside. I have a house full of people right now installing movie theater. I'm getting a movie theater thing put in my house. TVs everywhere, speakers everywhere, the whole stuff. They're up there cutting the walls up right now. I've been basically distracted all day. So whenever I can't do anything, or whenever I can't focus on something, I usually don't try to go in there and gamble if I'm distracted. I usually want to wait. The first thing I did out the door was I longed. And right when we started, market open, market rallied up to here, then it fell to there, and I engaged in a long on my stream. And the market pushed up I don't know, a minute or two. And I started getting texts like, IDOC was on me, they're almost here, get ready for it. I was like, I don't want to take this one. It looks good. We ran up, we sort of supported the open, resilience is greater than 0. This is the 9th day in a row I longed at the open and made money. It was crazy. And I only made, $150. But where's Matt? I'm Matt. This is not Tom. This is Matt. This is the running joke. If you guys are just tuning into MyFunded TV that they call me Tom now just to be funny, but probably because we look alike ish. Am I FOMOing in the mouth right now? I kind of am, man. But I didn't really. So I've been going up and down, helping these guys, showing them where to put the stuff. And at the start of the day, most everybody on my stream they got their information this morning and looked at the market. And most people were like jumping in on longs. I don't know a lot of people that tried to short out the door. So today was a very profitable day for people that were longing. Market came out extremely clean. We tell you guys whenever you're looking at the market, don't look at pre-market as evidence on what the market's going to do. A lot of times people will see pre-market. Market moved up yesterday, then it moves up on event, and then people can say, you know what, let me try to fade this. I'm never scared to long at the open, even at all-time highs. And the only reason I didn't was because I'm not going to be able to watch it. But that's okay, because you guys have been paying attention the last couple weeks on the stream. I think I made about 80K total in the last 2 weeks. I've had the most incredible month, not all my accounts were crushing it like this, but some of them were able to, and it was just massively upside. So I don't really get too much of a FOMO because I know over time I do very well, but I am like, man, if only today wasn't the day I didn't have a house full of people running up and down the stairs a whole lot. So right now we have 30 minutes till market closes, and give you guys a little bit of information as to why market's been moving this way. Well, I just have to kind of keep tabs on what happened. You know, this is a big news day, being a holiday. All the Friday stuff got crammed in the Thursday. Normally on Thursday, you get your initial jobless claims and your continuing jobless claims. This is your normal Thursday every week data. And also today we got the non-farm payrolls come in, and which is weird because remember the ADP numbers came out negative, and that's something we're talking about. And I'll teach you guys something. The ADP for the first time since COVID came out negative on these employment changes, which means fewer people are employed. Not only is the change not positive, it's negative. People are getting laid off, which that's what that's saying. The JOLTS also have been ticking up for the last 3 months, showing the available jobs are going up. And then now we get the numbers come out today for non-farms, which is weird because the non-farms beat the estimate. We actually had more payrolls and ADP said we had less. So what's going on here? More payrolls on the non-farm, ADP says less. Like, what's going on here? Well, the participation rate is a really big part of understanding what this is. This is just people that are available to work. Do they want to work? And it's kind of weird, and I don't know what's causing it other than this is the new state of the world since COVID. There are fewer and fewer and fewer people looking for jobs since COVID. And what I do think, and this is the theory that I had, is that COVID gave everybody a taste of freedom. And now so many people are now self-made entrepreneurs since COVID. There are fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer people looking for jobs. There are more and more and more people that are able to support themselves. This is what I feel is happening. Since COVID, the participation rate was up and up and up and up and up into that bull market, right? We had amazing labor participation. This is the supply of labor. And as Powell was talking about, the job market's kind of frozen. Well, that's what we've seen, right? Essentially, the participation rate's going down. And what that means is it's an indicator of the supply of labor. It's the share of working age population either working or looking for work. So if this is going down, it could mean that people are getting their jobs back. But you wouldn't see JOLTS going up and participation going down because that's opposite direction. If participation rate's going down because people are going back to work, the JOLTS would be coming down too. The fact that they're going away from each other is leading me to believe they're just people not going back to work. And the JOLTS going up is because they can't find people to fill those roles. And that's what this is telling you. The workforce is stalling out. So if you really think about this, this is a weird situation. Why is the non-farms going up and the ADP numbers going down? Well, ADP is like a payroll company, right? And so they're just not cataloging new folks coming to work. And this is showing not a lot of new folks coming to work. People have got the taste of freedom, and now they're all, I don't know, Instagram influencers or something. Who freaking knows? But the data is strange, as somebody said. At least you can all admit that the data is a little strange, especially the discrepancy in the payrolls reads. One of them was a huge beat. One of them was a huge miss. One of them's way up, and one of them is really down. So it's hard to say what's going on here other than it doesn't feel like a really big booming economy. This is the ADP number. The first time it's been negative since COVID. So that's kind of a big deal. Now we had the ISM numbers come out today as well. This is all crammed into Thursday, which is crazy. the non-manufacturing PMI, all that stuff. This came in, and all of it came in relatively decent, other than the employment numbers. Their employment numbers also were down, matching the participation rate. So essentially, companies are not hiring quickly, probably because of the tariffs. People aren't jumping into jobs with companies fast enough, probably because the salaries aren't making their wage expectations due to inflation. So we're kind of stalled out, and companies need to start paying for people to come work, or we're not going to get the growth that we want. Productivity is going to be down. You're going BS with the ADP? Maybe. And we have to think about it, though. The ISM numbers of employment also agree with a downward move. It's less than 50. And that is something to take note of, right? Anything above 50 is good. Anything less than 50 is not good. And in 2024, it's been less than 50 a whole lot when we haven't been in a recession. So this is supporting everything Powell's saying about the labor market. You know, everything is sort of not in a huge, right? Not, remember 2020, 2010 to 2020, that big booming bull rally we had? I mean, you had employment rating on the scale 55 to 60. Ever since COVID, we have been going down and down and down and down and down. It is like a weird world we live in. And I can only say COVID has created more work from home entrepreneurs than ever before. People learned how to survive and start their own business, and now they've all quit their jobs and they're doing it. That's all I can say is happening. How do I know? I've seen 10 million stock trading gurus pop up since COVID. Somebody said, damn, you're smart. Well, look, as an engineer, my job is to solve like problems with the data I'm given. And I'm just kind of like exploring the data in front of me, right? Nobody's teaching me this. I'm just piecing it together. Why would we be seeing this? And I can only say it's just a growing trend of more and more and more things. Trust me, in 2019, there was like maybe fewer than 10 future streamers. Right now, there's 10 new ones every day on YouTube. So I got to tell you, there's fewer and fewer people wanting to get a job, and there's more and more people wanting to create a job. And I think that's the trend that we're seeing. I don't know. What do you guys think about that theory? And again, trading is not about getting it right. It's about trying to see something that other people don't see. Was I a civil? I was a chemical engineer. And behind the balloons, the degree is like floating around right over there. You can see it. I keep it on my wall because I had to pay a lot of money for it. So it's like the most expensive item that I own, apart from this house, I guess. But the stream ending soon. Now, we're going to stream for about an hour. This is going to be a good informational session. Maybe answer questions about my strategy. Maybe answer questions about MyFundedFutures. Anything you guys want to talk about. Today's the day to talk about. Now, the market will be closed in about 20 minutes. Yeah, so as an engineer, my job is they teach you something called root cause analysis, which is a way to solve problems. How to dig back to the root cause of something by continuing to ask why. You start at the top. Why is this number coming down? Well, let's investigate. Well, because, I see it's been coming down since COVID. Well, why would it have gone up after COVID and been coming down since COVID? Well, maybe because in COVID, companies laid people off, and then they learned that, we can just work and go to Zoom calls from home and work at home. Okay. And I remember since COVID, I saw the birth of like the trading guru explosion. And then I said, more and more people are now working at home, and that explains the lower and lower participation rate. Why and why and why, and ultimately back into a solution. Maybe it's not the right solution, but if you keep asking why and moving backwards, you'll arrive to a conclusion, and then or a cause, and then you write them all down and see which is the most plausible reason, right? That's what I did whenever I was, engineering teaches you that kind of skill set, problem solving. Is SPY going to be a resistance here? I don't think we're going to sell off at the end of the day. We could, but right now the market's just sitting pretty nice and tight at the top, and I don't really have any skin in the game to try to short this or sell this, but I wouldn't be longing from here to close out the day. I was a chemie. I specialize in reaction engineering. So as a subspecialty, I took graduate classes. I was going to go to grad school and everything. I actually had a different path. Originally, I was going to go to med school. I was double majoring in chemie and bio. And then last year of bio, I decided to drop out of that because I would have an engineering degree. And then I took engineering electives because I contemplated grad school in case I didn't go to med school. And so as an undergrad, my department head was letting me take graduate classes as my electives so he can skip me through school faster because he wanted me to get out of my classes really quick and focus on my research. And he was like really begging me to go into research. And ultimately didn't do that either. But so as an undergrad, I subspecialized in reaction engineering, which is the reaction mechanics, reactor design, and the economics of chemical reactions. So I was basically like a chemistry economics expert, if you may. And I worked at Dow Chemical as a reaction engineer or run plant engineer, which was a person that actually ran a plant, and I was the lead engineer running some reactors. So I did that for a bit. Yeah, that was my job for getting the trading in the early 2000s. How hard is options compared to indices? Options are very hard. Options are probably like when you're doing any kind of trading, options, like futures trading is trading from a place to a place, and that's it. If you're not doing options trading, hold on one second. If you're not doing options trading, options is like trading from a place to a place. Like whenever you're doing any kind of options trading, it's three things. It's trading from a place to a place, A, how long it takes to get there, B, and then C, what it does when it's getting there, like the path it takes. Options are hard because there's three different things you're trading at once. I'm not trading anything today. The market's about to close. I'm sitting out. I got nothing on the table. So the reason, and people like options, and they're just infinitely harder to trade than futures. So I tell people, if you're going to trade options, you're in for a challenge. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. You buy surfactants from Dow. You're a chemist, by the way. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so that was like me in my youth. I was an engineer until 2010, and then I got laid off in the financial crisis. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, my division made. We were in the high absorbent polymer division, so we basically made polyacrylic acid, and I made the acrylic acid monomer that went into the poly reaction. I made this. This is like what it was. I made this like. Let me see if I can find a good color for it. I made this stuff that was like the color of orange Gatorade, basically. And then I sent it to like another place in the plant that turned it into like this thick black. They concentrated it and made it black. And then they sent it to another thing that turned it into a white powder. And then they sent that white powder to Huggies, and they put it in diapers. So that's like what I did. I was the guy that made the chemical that went into Huggies diapers. Ladies, line up for the diaper guy. How's it going? What do you do? I make diapers. Well, I didn't make the diapers. I made the powder that went into the diapers, but I didn't make the powder. I made the liquid that turned into the other liquid that turned into the powder that went into the diapers. So the joke, I always say Huggies, it was one of our biggest customers, but they use polyacrylic acid or polyacrylic polymer to soak up like oil spills and stuff. It's like a powder that when you put it in water, it turns to a gel. So you can soak up really anything. It dries something pretty good. Yeah. Got you. So you made diapers. I wish I made diapers. That's so much easier to say than I made the liquid that turned into the liquid that turned into the powder that went into the diaper. But hey, everyone has a part in this world. I had a small one too. But yeah, that's what I did. So couple things, questions you guys have for me about trading. Any giveaways? Probably. Maybe some giveaways. And maybe I'll say, maybe 10 minutes. My streams are top notch. Thank you. Government rehires, as John has said, don't show in ADP. Aha, that could be another reason as well. See, I like asking questions to find out what's going on. You're not going to see the government hires show up in ADP, as that's private sector stuff. So that is also really true. So a lot of the layoffs and stuff have been government employees getting chopped. That's actually really smart, and I never even thought of that. That's actually probably a big reason for the discrepancy as well, right? We canned a bunch of federal employees when Trump and Elon were doing the efficiency stuff. Very cool. See a lot of people complaining about not being able to get a job. Yeah, right. Does population get figured in with that? Because people are having children less and less. But I think it would be more along the lines of there's a delay in that. I think that trend of having fewer kids is sort of like starting to grow now. We'll probably see nosedives in labor like 10 or 20 years from now. Absolutely. Yeah. ECNQ grows exponentially faster. Is this worrying for our fiat currencies, especially with infinite inflation? I don't really think so, because things have inflated since the beginning of time. That's a great question, Abby. If you look at this, like if you pull up like an SPX chart, I literally hear them hammering downstairs. As soon as the stream is over, I'm going to head over there and go check out what's going on. So what I'm getting today is really neat. I'm getting a huge surround sound system with like the receiver and the amplifier and the giant subwoofer and in-wall speakers. And I got a big 83-inch TV. I've got like a lot of cool stuff. We got a house in December, and this is the first time we actually spent time, doing anything in it. We haven't really been remodeling or doing much, and now we're finally doing it. And they're installing basically like TVs on all 3 floors and building out a movie theater room. It's this huge thing they're doing. So we've kind of been inflating. Let me go to a monthly chart. We've been inflating over and over and over and over, month after month after month. So we'll continue to inflate forever. I mean, this is just the way that the market goes. It goes higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. It'll keep going higher because that's just basically what happens. Now, I'll tell you guys, if you want to see something cool, if you go to Thinkorswim and you go into right click, and you can do this. I don't know if you can do this on other platforms. Maybe you can. But essentially, you go to settings, style, and then settings. I like showing this in Thinkorswim. You can actually turn your price axis into a log scale, which what it does is instead of being like a linear scale, you get the scale changes logarithmically. So if you have a linear scale, the price is logarithmic. It like curves like this. But if you have a logarithmic scale, then the price is a line. And you can actually see the actual gain in the stock market if you put it on a log scale, which I put it like that, and you can see. On a log scale, looks like we are getting a little DD band flush here. On the actual log scale itself, you guys can see that the market's basically just moving in a straight line. You'll see that, right? How many people, by the way, just into this close were shorting? I'm just curious in general. Anybody grabbed a short at the top or anything? I'm like absolutely perfectly doing nothing today. Just chilling. How many monitors do I use? I've got 6 monitors here, but in trading, I only use 2. One for the stream and then one for all my DOMs. And basically that's it. I've got a tablet here that I used to draw on, but I don't do anymore. I haven't set that back up since I built my new computer. This one runs my trading encoder. This one runs my Discord. This one watches chat for the show. This one has right now on MyFunded has their backend, so I can talk to the guys while I'm running the show here. People in the back end, Clint was saying you grab. No, nice. Some of you guys are trading this. That's right. But in trading, I really only need like maybe 2 monitors max. When I'm trading just one account, I only need 1 monitor. I don't use more than one. The one over here is like a flex monitor with all my browsers open. Running a stream and running a business and building a trading platform and running this giant financial marketplace, all of the business needs are why I have multiple monitors. That's a whole lot of stuff I got to do. All right, a couple more questions you guys have. Is volume on NQ different from the volume on MMQ? Sometimes, yeah, they'll be slightly different, but it's all random. Okay, so if I put a log scale, something really neat. On a logarithmic scale, you can actually see what is the worst market crash we've ever had. And a lot of people kind of like try to look at the market on a linear scale, and they try to say like, the S&P on a linear scale is exponentially moving. And I see a bunch of people drawing on their charts. We got to come down at some point. It's gone up way too high, but the market has always gone up due to inflation. Anything that has value inflates. That's really kind of the neat thing about inflation. Anything with value will inflate. Now, just because it's gone up doesn't mean it's going to come down. And you guys will notice if you look on my chart here that the biggest market crash we ever had on a logarithmic scale was 1929. It's down in the bottom left corner. And you can see all the other crashes we had, right? We had the one in 74, 73. We had the crash in 67 back here. We had the crash at 2000 right here. We had the crash at 2008 here. We had COVID right here. COVID might have been one of your first experiences to market crashing. On the overall grand scheme of things, COVID was very small. And also, April might have been one of your experience with a market crash, also very small. I started trading back here, and a lot of people, might be old enough to remember some of this. If you're old enough to remember this and you're 100 years old, awesome. But you can see on a logarithmic scale, you can see actually what the most severe crashes were. That's why they say ever since 2008 was the biggest crash we've ever had. Because if you put it on a logarithmic scale, you can see how much of a percent loss you've actually had, right? So that's a cool little trick if you guys never know to do that. And as you see, since the beginning of time, the market's just gone straight up, and it will continue to go straight up. As a matter of fact, it will always go up due to inflation. It'll go up so much that at some point in your lifetime, it'll have moved so much higher that 2008 will be a little blip on the chart. And again, it will still continue to go up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And by the time we're at 2060, the S&P should be about 40,000. And it will always do that because that's what inflation does. So I'm not worried about the effect of inflation on the market. The market inflates with whatever it is the currency is. Market will inflate. But that's a great question. Yeah. Market will always go up due to inflation. Anything that has value goes up due to inflation. Anything with tangible value will go up because of inflation. Even the market will go up. And the reason that you know that is that, and imagine that and I always like to use this example, imagine you own a coffee shop and you sell 1 million cups of coffee a year at $1 a cup. You made $1 million that year. And the next year, because of inflation, you sold your coffee at $1 too, because 2% inflation. You still sold 1 million cups. Hey, maybe even sold slightly less. But on paper, if you sold the same amount, now you made $1,020,000 for the year. Your sales went up with no additional sales. So on paper, your shareholders will see that as positive news for your company and continue to buy into that news just because inflation is making your bottom line look better on paper, right? So as long as you have fiat currency, you're going to have this effect forever and ever and ever and ever, forever. I'm sure there's people 30, 40, 50 years ago that was thinking the same thing. Well, it's got to come down. It's got to come down. They would have never fathomed while the S&P was at 400, that would ever be at 6,400. And right now, you're not going to be able to fathom the point that when your grandkids are your age right now, the S&P will be at 50,000, maybe 100,000, right? As inflation will always continue to make things go up. Great questions. All right, you guys are typing questions so fast. Let me try to answer them as much as I can. But yeah, I'm seeing people draw on charts, like giving this some kind of like, and again, this is what newer traders will do. They'll look exactly at this and go, it's gone up for so long. The big crash is coming. The big crash is coming. We're going down to zero. As a matter of fact, in the course of your lifetime, the S&P will never be below 5,000 again, ever, for the rest of your life. Can you believe that? For the first time in history, on a log scale, you never break the lows of the previous recession or crash. It just doesn't happen. So isn't that pretty cool, right? To imagine, realistically speaking, it will almost have zero. You'd have to have a crash that was as big as 2008 to break 5,000 in the S&P. Pretty neat, right? The first time you broke lows, and we'd have to have a really nasty recession. However, the long-term debt cycle was part of what created 2008, and that only happens once every 100 years. So thinking about that, I see people try to treat this like this is a stock chart on the short term. But on a logarithmic scale, you never break the previous lows of the last recession. You just don't, because the inflation carries you 2% a year. Even if the stock market tanks 10%, between recessions every decade, you more than make up for it just from inflation, right? Pretty cool. You guys learned something? All right, nice. I try to explain the math stuff a little bit like where hopefully people that hate math can understand it. Hopefully y'all understood. Did that make sense? Hopefully you guys followed along. Hopefully y'all did. Cool. All right. Now, if you typed questions before in the last 10 or 20 minutes, can you type them again? Because I don't know if I saw them. Let me scroll up to see if I can find a few more. But you know what? I'll tell you guys. Please drop in your questions right now. If you feel like dropping in a question, you know what I'm talking about? Like, drop it in chat. Because that's the only way I'm going to see it is if it's dropped in chat in the middle of the stream. You know what I'm saying? So drop in those questions, guys. If you got them, if you got those questions. Did y'all drop a question in chat? Okay, cool. Cool, chat, cool. You guys are cool. And by the way, today I'm celebrating. Can I tell you something cool about my live stream? Just to celebrate a little bit. This is the 5th day in a row. We have peaked over 1,000 concurrent viewers on my live stream, celebrating 1,000 total. We get about 10,000 views a day. So this was cool to have 1,000 at most. And yesterday we had 1,100, which is crazy, or 2 days ago. And then today in the morning was the biggest live stream I've ever had by views. So this has been incredible growth for me. I'm also celebrating, as you guys are as well. So thank you guys for all the love y'all been giving us. And of course, as you see on my screen, this is the every day at noon, my browsers crash. I still don't know where the memory leak is in my stuff, but it might be in one of the programs I run because I start my stream every day, and every day like clockwork at this time, my browser crashes. It's so weird. Only at this time, once a day. And I reset it, it's fine. I can see it fighting right now to stay alive. But anyways, all right, questions you guys have for me for real. All right, let's open this back up. Questions about my trading style, about Rocket Scooter, about MyFundedFutures, about MyFundedFutures accounts. This 4th of July sale that the guys are having here. You can get your one account for 50% off. I'm sure everybody here is taking advantage of that. But if you haven't, make sure you grab it. Drop in the great queue. You like the queue? Yeah. I try to give you guys hints when it's coming so y'all can get ready. I do my best. But thank you guys for all the support here. MyFundedFutures channel has gotten really, really, really big. I tricked you guys to type in chat. No. Okay. So again, let me tell you what I'm doing. I'm hinting. Next time I'm going to like wink much harder. When you start to hear me say anything like drop in or let it land or let's see it or something, I will loud and clear give you a slight hint when I know it's coming so you guys can get ready. So everyone has a fair chance, right? Like if you're, like you're in the other room, you're going to the bathroom, you're peeing or something, you're like running back. You're like, oh my God, Matt's talking. He's hinting. Like imagine you like running back to the room, zipping up your pants, wait, it's almost time. So I drop a pretty obvious hint, but I try to make it really clever. So if you were paying attention to the lesson, there's a little segue into the code drop. Thank you guys in the back end. Okay. So now questions, any questions for me? Because the market's closing and literally now. So stock market is closed, right? You should be done. Or is the futures market closed? No, the futures market is all day, isn't it? Why are we still going? It's 12. Hold on. Am I off by a day? I have been so overwhelmed with all these crazy things going on today. Is it Thursday today? We have a half day tomorrow. We have a full day today, right? What's going on here? 12:15. Oh, is it 15? Okay. It says on, oh, my bad, 12:15. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Yeah, you guys are right. I'm looking at the wrong. Yeah, my bad. 12:15. I was like, why is it noon? It's noon tomorrow. So if you guys want to know how to read this is actually really helpful. I'll teach you guys how to read the holiday calendar. If you go to the CME website, this is how you can read it. And this is the reason that it is the way that it is. Every product changes its holiday schedule because all the products used to be traded on different physical exchanges that had different holiday rules. Think of an exchange as like its own company that set their own rules. Now, whenever you're going here, you'll see if you go to CME holiday calendar, As the CME now runs the Globex, which is the electronic exchange everybody trades on, the individual exchange rules and holiday schedules are still honored, even though the open outcry pits and the physical exchanges are, for the most part, electronic now. You still have different products at different schedules. So if you look at this thing, everybody can take a look at this thing here. CME holiday hours, you can Google it. Every product usually is it like energy was the, the NYMEX, you had metals on the COMEX. They were all from different exchanges, right? And the energy equities is on CME Group. So I was actually looking at the wrong, column here. Thursday, this is what it tells you. And these are what these things actually mean. Closed, pre-open, open. What does all of this mean, right? So I'll show you guys like a normal day. So closed means closed. Nothing's happening. Pre-open is a state that the Globex goes into and it starts accepting limit orders, but nothing gets filled. And open, the market's open. In a pre-open state, people also call it a halt. So sometimes you'll see the market like halts on a holiday and then pick back up the next day. Anytime you halt through a day that's like a day off, all the overnight trading still happens, counts for the following day after the holiday. So usually if you have like a Friday holiday, Thursday night's trading, which we will see tonight, right? Equities pre-opens at 1645, opens at 17, and this is all central, right? Because it's the Chicago world. And then closes half day tomorrow. Why are futures trading when there's a market holiday in the United States? Well, futures are a global thing. United States holidays, the market don't really care around the world because 4th of July, we just celebrate. We still keep the futures market open because pretty much everyone else is still trading. Our holidays are our holidays. We saw the same thing on Juneteenth, right? Which wasn't more than a month ago, where we had a holiday because it's now a federal holiday since, the COVID era. It's a recently new federal holiday. So banks are closed and therefore the stock market is closed, but futures still traded through it half day as well because the futures market still has to honor the rest of the globe. Because of the timing and everything else. So why we close our futures at noon the next day? Well, that's because London's Friday session and Germany's Friday session will close a couple hours before that. We keep our futures market open so that it lines up with their markets. And that's kind of why we have this weird half day in futures, even though we're celebrating a holiday. It's so that Europe can keep trading their markets and not have an interruption, right? Just because we have a holiday. There's still a bunch of hedge funds and stuff over there trading U.S. futures products and such. If I have to trade somebody said, if I had to trade an asset tomorrow, which one would you trade? I'll be sitting in a boat tomorrow, drinking whiskey cocktails because it's a holiday. Ain't nothing to trade tomorrow. So I'm gonna be chilling. I mean, if IDOC's listening, I'll be drinking green juice and water because she told me I'm not allowed to drink this holiday. But that is, we got a boat. We got his, can I show you guys really quick? What's my choice of whiskey? Oh God, I have so many different kinds. My mixer is Rowan's Creek. That's what I put in everything. But I drink, I have a huge whiskey collection, you guys. All right, let me show you guys what I'll be doing for the holiday. And by the way, I'm going to read some of you guys' questions because when I go on my answering, I don't hear some of them. So what more questions you guys have? 15 minutes till market closes. Yeah, about 7 more minutes. More questions. Tomorrow open for trading. Yeah, for futures trading. I will also be streaming tomorrow morning as well with an educational session. Every time there's a holiday, I like to wake up and make use of the time. So if you guys want to tune into my channel in the morning, I'm going to do a 3-hour sesh training you guys on some trading stuff. Paper planes. Yeah, paper planes are one of my favorite cocktails for sure. I love it. Now, let me show you guys where I'll be this weekend. We're throwing this huge bash with I've lost count of how many people because IDOC and her friends are putting this together, but 40 or 50 people. I'm not going to show you guys I'm going to show y'all some photos so y'all don't show up and, well, I mean, if y'all showed up, obviously, you better bring some alcohol. But seriously, though, we got this really cool Airbnb complex thing, and it's 4 houses that we got, and hot tub, swimming pool, I got music playing, all our friends. So basically there's like 40 or 50 of us all going out to do, and we all got boats. We're going to go tubing, chilling at the boat. Yeah, it's really nice. So we rented 4 houses is how big it is. And it's a really pretty spot. But the thing I like the most is that there's just like this like cool little central pool that we all can hang out at. And then like hot tub, there's a grill. We'll be doing fireworks. And yeah, so we're going to be leaving in like literally, I don't know, an hour to head out there. As soon as the guys are done here installing my movie theater stuff, then I'm out of here. So pretty cool vibes, pretty cool chill spot. And, you know, all of our best friends are going to be there. So it'll be fun. Let you know if someone can't come. Yeah. So there's this huge group text. They've been putting together all the stuff, and we got a bunch of fun things we're going to do. But yeah. So that's my weekend plans. But I will wake up tomorrow morning and still stream. What's my daily routine before getting into trades? So I usually pre-market. I'm there an hour early every day. Always be early to a trading day if you can. Make sure you do your homework. The first thing I do every day is get my chart set up in the hour before. Sometimes you have news that comes out exactly an hour before market opens. So I'm always there for that. I'm not usually trading it unless it hits a key level, but at least I'm there to watch it. So with the 7:30 news on my time, because I'm central, an hour pre-market, I'm usually there an hour and 10 minutes before. But at least when there's no news, I'm there an hour before always. I'm even streaming an hour before. First thing I do, if there's no news, whatever, the first thing I do is set up my charts. Where are my pivots in case news drops to a pivot or whatever? I have everything marked up, ready to go. Then I get used to seeing like what's in front of me for the day. I read the news in the overnight. So I use Financial Juice to kind of catalog all the current news coming out, and also read the headlines in the overnight, like what happened around the globe, anything I need to take note of, any talks today. Then I get the financial calendar out and make sure that I know when the schedule is for events to avoid. I don't like to usually trade through news events. I'll avoid the bigger ones if I can, the ones that happen during the market session, or at least be aware of them so I know I can size down if I'm taking a position into it. And then that's basically it. And then right when the market opens, the first indicator I get is my resilience, my gap fill predictor. This one was all positive, which showed that the gap and go was probably the case, which is why I logged out the door when I first tried to take a trade. And then after that, the liquidity maps, which show me the flow and direction. You see how right here on my screen, everything's pointing up arrow from this black dot is open. It's all up. So I look at the liquidity maps. Within about 30 seconds to 2 minutes, I get all of those printed out. S&P usually comes in about 15 seconds after market opens, and then I'm ready to go, and it shows me the flow is up. So I get the gap fill and I get the flow all at once, and then I just jump in on the trade. So I always am aware of what's going on. But that's a great question. Could I show in detail how your entry at the open, these 8 days in the long? Yeah, I basically just long at the open. I usually just buy one contract and just sit on it up till next resistance. It's been the same, pretty much the same setup every single time. At the open, I take consideration of how far the gap is. I always kind of am aware of that. I marked the close yesterday in S&P. So this is SPY close and this is SPY open, and I convert it to futures. I know if I were to long right here, I always know about how far it can fall if it were to fill the gap and start. If I have no other pivots nearby, all I have to trade is yesterday's open and close as my strong pivots. I've always used that technique. And then I say, how far is the distance here? This is 17 points. Okay. So 17 points on NASDAQ is going to be $1,300 lost per contract. Just did that math in my head really quick. And I could tell myself, well, if I get one contract, I can lose 1,300. And what's my drawdown? Okay, I can support 1,300 and be fine. If it's too much, then I will trim it down a little bit because I want to be able to long here and then long again here. Usually, if I long here and resilience goes negative, we do fill the gap. I can still long off of there and add to the position to trade it to there and close out, or hold through it if resilience goes back to being positive. So my normal trades are either I long out the door and go, or I long small enough to where I can fall to there and add, or fall to there and add based on resilience. And I've done the same trade every day for like 10 days. I mean, it's been the same every single time. The exception was yesterday. Yesterday I traded gap fill and close out. Today I traded for like a minute and then decided I didn't want to get in on that because I had a house full of people and I couldn't pay attention to it. So I missed out on today's big move, unfortunately. But market moved, dipped to there. I longed, it moved to there. I said, you know what? Let me just I got stuff to do today. But I normally would have longed and held to next resistance if I were trading. I would have held all the way to green line, which was the trade I think most people in the stream today were talking about doing, even though I wasn't doing it. Great setup. It was such an easy play. There was no downside. The only downside would have been if somebody were like holding shorts the whole time. That probably would have burned. Do I have tutorials on YouTube besides the boot camp? I do, yeah. So I upload videos every time I stream on a holiday. I have like a 1 to 3 hour training session. It becomes a video. So if you go to my channel, my YouTube, the videos that are published there are previous training sessions. Yeah. So tomorrow I'll do a 3 hour training session. So come tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to come an hour pre-market, even though there's no market. I will be there tomorrow. Yeah. The market is closed and MFTV is still running. How epic is that? I know, right? This is the time where you guys are probably, I mean, the market is closed, but you guys are probably still doing your normal thing you do on a Thursday. This is why this is important. Utilize this time, you know, for talking or helping or answering questions. Surprise code incoming. You can feel it. I mean, it could be, maybe. Can we trade futures tomorrow? Yeah, I'll be trading tomorrow. Tomorrow, the market, the session will be open for half the day. So tomorrow we have some futures trades. Yeah. Thanks for doing all I do, Matt. Well, appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming here for sure. Are we live tomorrow? I'm live tomorrow. MyFunded is not. So I'll be live tomorrow on my channel. If you guys want to stop by there, you're more than welcome to be there. And normally I'm live in the afternoon, but today's the first time I'm going to be off because there's really nothing to do in the afternoon today. But tomorrow I'll be live. If you guys want to stop by, I'll be live here. Here's my, do I trade on bank holidays? Yeah, I don't take holidays. Like, you guys want education. You guys want to learn. When there's a holiday for you guys, that's your time off. That might be the time you can pay the most attention. So my philosophy is I don't take holidays. That way, when you guys take holidays and you're like, finally, I could pay attention to the darn market, you know, and let me learn about something, then I'll be there for you guys. So I stream on every major holiday. I don't take days off. So at least I'll be there in the morning for a couple hours. But I posted my link in chat. If you guys want to come, I'll see y'all definitely come by in the mornings. Did S&P not make it to the DD band because SPY hit resistance? The upper resistance on S&P, this top of a bull zone is not resistance. That's a good question. The only resistance that you do see is a bear zone top and a bull zone bottom. The bear zone bottom and bull zone top are not seen as resistances at all. This is coincidental. The reason we had the resistance there was NASDAQ was pulling back a little bit by the end of the day. Had we had all day to trade, this probably kept going higher. We don't see this top as resistance. It's like it's a continuation. Only the bottom of the bull zone and the top of the bear zone, which is the liquidity pocket, is where we see pivoting action. This is just random. But good question, though. Good observation. What factor do I reckon will turn this bull market into a bear market? Nothing. I've been one of the proponents of, let me show you guys what my projection was. And I said this many times earlier in the year. There is nothing. We've just left a major recession and 2 major market crashes in a 5-year period. The market has absorbed bad news like it's absorbed bad news I've ever seen in my whole life. Let me clean up this chart really quick. I'm a proponent of by end of the year or by next year, we're at 8,000 by next year. That's what I'm in. Once the trade war is absorbed, once things are chill, once the market starts growing again, Fed starts cutting rates, the market just gets back to it. We're at 8,000 by the end of next year. 75 to 8,000. And the reason I say that, and again, I could be wrong, dynamics can change, and then they can make me eat my words, but the market conditions now, we're totally fine. We had the year recession post-COVID due to inflation and quantitative tightening. We are now rallying in QT. Not even the Fed pushing it higher. That's proof that this is genuine. This is Wall Street buying without the Fed. We had survived the COVID crash when entire infrastructure of the globe shut down for a month. The market didn't even fall further than that. And then now we had the tariffs affecting global trade, and we still didn't fall after that. I can't see anything else that could happen except for the next credit crisis. Essentially, your next short-term debt cycle. We haven't even started to inflate the credit bubble now, where basically people are now finally starting to be able to get good loans because, you know, interest rates are coming down a little bit. Inflation's coming down a little bit. Banks are more willing to lend. So essentially you get your short-term credit cycling, which is like essentially 5 to 7 years cycles off of the previous recession. So I think from here, we've got 5 to 7 years of growth. You're going to need a major event to turn this market around. We just hit 3 bottoms. Like there's nothing new that can happen except for short-term stuff. We need an actual bubble to form and form and form. Imagine the AI bubble, right? People think it's a bubble. I think it's just starting. I think the AI bubble is just starting to inflate, like a balloon that you just started blowing up as the balloon goes like to that, but it hasn't started inflating. It's just got a little air in it. Imagine AI inflating like the .com in 2000, where there is an AI company on every street corner, like 5 of them on every street corner. There's AI is hot now, but the internet was also hot in the early 90s. In 2000, it was .com. And imagine if everybody was like AI, maybe you'll get this bubble that maybe could pop 5 or 10 years from now, right? I think we're just starting the move. We've come out of just this really slow sort of market, and I think it is just starting. And by comparison, ever since we had in the 1984 market crash, way back here, 87 market crash, which you can compare to COVID. In 1987, when we crashed at S&P roughly 200, we went all the way up to 1600 before the market even had its next recession. We went up 8x from the bottom of the crash on this exponential scale. On that same magnitude, off of the last crash, when you had a bubble, if we 8x'd off of COVID, that would be 16,000 with the same percent magnitude, not to mention the extra 3,000 or 4,000 from the inflation. We could go all the way to 20,000. Again, that's ridiculous, right? You might think of that, but the market's done it dozens of times before, right? So hopefully we don't see anything until there's like a credit crisis or something is collapsing, and nothing has inflated enough, in my opinion, to be basically a bubble that's starting to pop. Things are starting to look crazy. People are like, well, look at NVIDIA, right? Well, yeah, NVIDIA is exponentially going. But what I know about bubbles is this is the middle of the bubble, maybe the start of it, and then it crashes out, right? So I think that we're really far away from the next bear market since we just left 3 attempts at one. And the Wall Street has shown an appetite for just good economic conditions, right? Unemployment's tame, everything's tame, inflation's coming down. GDP is good. Employment's kind of freezing, but you know, we're going to deal with some dynamics of growing in a new world with AI. That's going to be kind of hard to imagine the effects of it. Like how many jobs are going to lose? What's the GDP going to be like now that AI is going to take over a lot of work? Is that going to affect things? Is that not going to affect things? That's really the big question. But I think people are going to ride the wave of that. At least, I don't think we'll see problems until at least 10,000. But that's just me. I'm just some random dude on the internet. That's not investment advice. Don't go make investment decisions. I can't predict this any more than you guys can. That's just a speculation based on possibilities. But yeah, problem with AI is going to be in the increased unemployment. Yeah, possibly, right? But even so, we haven't seen it yet cause big waves of unemployment. We've seen it sort of assist people's current employment. So maybe it'll always kind of stay that. Where do I target without old highs? I have a technique that can forecast off of events. You'll see on my screen, I have these yellow lines drawn. The yellow lines, these pivots right here are my previous upward pivots. So going forward, I'll have some levels to look at. I do a really cool exploit that exploits something called the margin buffer limit. And this yellow line is that pivot. I need to find out the new one for next week. But if you see today, off of that previous move where I did the calculation, this yellow line was that pivot. And today we finally went up and tapped it. And you can see that like I basically trade to that next pivot, and you see all that volume we accumulated there this morning. I use that as my next pivot to go to. So without having any kind of highs to measure against, I have a technique to extrapolate the next high from the run. It's an exploit of margin requirements. It's pretty cool, actually. Come tomorrow to the stream. I'll show you guys how to do it. I get more time. Okay. So it looks like we're going to be closing in about 5 minutes. Kind of start wrapping up here. Full port to 185 per Matt's financial advice. You guys are funny. But yeah, not investment advice or anything. But that's just my thought. And remember, listen to people's thoughts on the internet. Take it all with a grain of salt. Even you might see me trading, even guys who might see me trading and think I'm a good trader, maybe think I'm a horrible trader, whatever you think. Don't let my performance let you think I can predict the stock market. That's for dang sure. I can't. Nobody can. Nobody can predict this thing. Everybody's guess is usually wrong. Everybody's target is usually wrong. What I'm really good at is betting under the circumstances I have. I control my bets so well. That's where I make my money as a trader. I know how much to bet, where to get in and get out. But as far as like, you can't be like, Matt says the market's going up. All right, honey, let's mortgage the house. The guy on the internet says it. Don't listen to people on the internet. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I can't predict the stock market. If I could, I wouldn't even be streaming. I'd sit at home with my paper plane cocktail, my feet up by the pool, and I'd have an algorithm doing all this for me. So unfortunately, I don't own a crystal ball. Even as great as Rocket Scooter and my tools are, it can't predict the stock market either. Nobody can. So my guess is as good as yours. And if I'm proven wrong because the market does something different or new news comes in, right, then I just have to change my belief, right? 500 people still here after market close, just blowing your minds. Awesome. Yeah, this is what I like to see. But everybody, do me a favor, since I'll be live tomorrow, no stream in the afternoon. We usually run over there in the afternoons. I'm going to take the day off and go help these guys out, make sure they don't need anything downstairs. Go there. I'll be there live tomorrow. My funded won't be live, but I'll be live tomorrow. And make sure you sub. I'll be there front and center. And also, you guys follow me on Twitter if you want. Oh, thank you, Abhishek. Appreciate it, bud. Free alpha after market close. Yeah. So any more questions you guys have for me? When is Luke back? Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. So I know you guys are probably looking for a new code. I don't think they're going to do one because I think I'm the only one still here. I think everybody else took off for the day. I actually told them they were going to close earlier, but I was like, can I stream? I'll still wanted to stream with you guys. So I think what happened is they're probably gone for the day. So no code, unfortunately. But happy holiday though. Originally I wasn't going to be here. They were in a closed shop. And then I was saying, no, wait. I like to stream. So they weren't planning for it. That's just because they weren't planning for it. They still love you guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. Nope. I promise there's no winking, no code today. No code today. But I'll be doing giveaways tomorrow on my stream. To make up for it, come tomorrow. I'll be giving away MyFundedFutures accounts on my stream. How about that? Okay. So here to watch and hang out. I love you, Jay. You know I do. Yeah, so no code, no hints. I promise. I think they all took off for the holiday, and they deserve it because they've been working their butts off here. But you guys, thanks for tuning in. I love you guys. I'll be tomorrow live at 8:30 in the morning Eastern. So basically, normally an hour pre-market, and I'll stream for like 2 or 3 hours from the house. I'll maybe show you guys around and hanging out by the pool with my laptop, and I'll be live, and I'll be doing an educational session like always. So I love you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. And we'll see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate it. And how's the Switch 2? Oh, yeah, I love it, man. Mario Kart World is awesome. I got a Switch 2 finally. I was able to nab one. It came in yesterday. So I'm about to go play it on my big old TV there installing. So we'll go see how it is. I'll let you guys know. All right. See you guys. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
In a circle move, shadows on the